Hansard's ready? Okay. Well, I declare open this meeting of the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee. These are supplementary budget estimates proceedings, and the agencies heard during these estimates are those which have been nominated by various senators. The committee has set Friday 20 January 2017 as the date by which answers to questions on notice are to be returned. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. Officers and senators are familiar with the rules of the Senate governing estimates hearings. If you need assistance, the Secretariat has copies of the rules. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a Department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I particularly draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of 13 May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. Officers called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and position for the Hansard record, and witnesses should speak clearly into the microphones. Mobile phones should be turned to silent or switched off. I welcome Senator the Honourable Mitch Fifield, Minister for Communications and Minister for the Arts, and Portfolio Officers. Minister, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. I also welcome to estimates Dr Switkowski. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Mr Chair. In fact, I'd like to invite, with your permission, the CEO to make some opening comments.
Okay, fine. Mr Morrow.
Thank you and good morning, everybody. It is a pleasure again to come back. We know that there's a lot of interest in NBN and we know that we are a big project spending a lot of money in the country and understand the scrutiny that it must go through. Joining me from the management team is Stephen Root, to my far right, our CFO, and Karina Keisler, our Head of Corporate Affairs. We know that there has been a number of questions on notice that were taken from the last review. Those questions are still being sought out in terms of giving adequate answers. If we can answer them today, of course, that we will, should they be brought up again. As far as the business goes, we would like to reassure the committee that it is progressing well. We continue to see improvements week over week. We know that when you look at the rollout and seeing more than 30% of the nation that can now access an NBN service is a positive step forward. In fact, on the weekly rate that we look at, we're now seeing even the last couple of weeks where 70 and 80,000 homes per week were completed its construction phase. That equates to nearly 40,000 a week. That's translating into making these homes ready for service. As we have said before, by the end of this year, we will be near 50% of the nation complete, and by a year after that, 3/4 of the nation complete. All of our technologies now, access technologies, have been launched. There is still a maturity curve that we are going up for some of the newer technologies. As we ramp up on that maturity curve, there are experiences that are less than desirable that we have or less than acceptable that we see as it relates to the end users. We know that the TIO has issued the report, and while on one hand we are very pleased that there is a 12% improvement year over year in terms of the number of complaints per active users, we still realize that any complaint for anybody is not pleasurable nor acceptable, and it's something that we actually try to make sure that everybody has a positive experience. When we look into those TIO complaints, I think it is important to recognize that on a percentage basis of active end users, it's quite low, and the reports that are made to the TIO include those responsible for NBN Co, as well as those responsible for the retailers. As a result of that, it's so confusing, and there's no way an end user would know who is responsible. We work very closely with our retailers to be sure that that experience is better than what it was in the past. And with that, Senator, we open up to any questions that you may have for us.
Thank you very much, Mr Morrow. Questions? Senator Bastiari.
Thank you. Firstly, I want to thank the Chairman for being with us here today. and for making himself available. And I appreciate that this is kind of, again, it's an important project and there's government scrutiny and it's necessary scrutiny, but I do want to thank the Chairman for being here, and I know that was very willing to come and give evidence. Now, Chairman, can you just quickly run through with me your history with NBN? There was a period of time where obviously you were Chief Executive Officer as well as Chairman. Can you just run through the dates with me on that?
Yes, I'd be happy to do that. I was appointed as Chairman and Acting CEO in October 2013. Basically, that reduced to an Executive Chairman role, and I stayed in that role until the appointment of the current CEO, Bill Morrow, which was, I think, April the 2nd, 2014, at which time I resumed the role as a non-executive chair, a position that I currently occupy.
Okay. So, after the federal election in 2013, you were appointed as Chairman, CEO. There was a process undertaken to fill the CEO position, and you performed both roles for, again, this is just rough dates, 6 months.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Now, Dr. Switkowski, did you, obviously, the election was, as I'm sure you're well aware, was in September 2013. The chairman's role and the acting CEO position you took over was in October 2013. Now, did you offer yourself for that position, or you were asked, or how? I mean, you obviously would have had some conversations with the minister at the time about that.
Which date are you referring to, Senator?
I'm talking about your October 2013 appointment.
So I had I think discussions were initiated by the then Minister, Opposition Minister for Communications in May of 2013.
Yep.
And then that led to the appointment in October 2013.
Yep. And just want to be clear, no one's saying that it was all done through the appropriate processes of government kind of appointments and that through the relevant things. But in May 2013, you were started having broad conversations about whether it's a position you'd be interested in if it were to be available. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you provide advice to the then Shadow Minister regarding the pre-election policy that the Minister took to the 2013, Shadow Minister took to the 2013 election?
No, I did not.
Okay. So did you at any time prior to your announcement as Chairman have, so you're saying that prior to your announcement as Chairman, at no point did you help advise or give information or assistance in the development of the NBN policy that was taken by the then opposition to the election?
That is correct.
Okay. So you didn't provide advice to Mr Turnbull that he could provide Australian households with access to a 25 megabits per second NBN service by the end of 2016?
No, I was aware that was the developing policy by the then opposition, but no, I was not asked for my opinion. And frankly, at that stage, because I had not been following NBN closely, I would not have been a well-informed advisor.
So how does it come about in May of 2013 that out of the blue? I mean, I assume you know, it's a small town. You've known Mr Turnbull for many years. Is that fair?
I had known Mr Turnbull, not well.
But you've known him for a period of time?
Yes, probably back to the Aussie Mail days, so for a number of years, but the degree of interaction was very minor. I doubt that we met annually.
So you doubt that?
I doubt that we had meetings even as infrequently as once a year.
Okay. And then in 2013, around May, and again, I'm not pinning you to these dates because, we're going back a few years now, out of the blue, he contacted you and said, is this something you'd be interested in, or how did that happen? Pretty
much the way it happened. And I was able to kind of rationalise that by thinking through what sort of people might the government look to step in the role of chair should that position become available. And when you look at the criteria that governments would consider in terms of having telecom experience in Australia, familiarity with the regulatory regime, understanding the role of a GBE, there probably wasn't that bit deeper pool. So the fact that I was considered an approach was probably predictable, even though I didn't spend much time thinking about it at the time.
Yeah, and so you just got a phone call out of the blue saying, would you be interested in being chairman of, if it was available?
Again, I don't know that I get the details right, but that's pretty much the way it happened.
Okay. In April 2014, NBN Gov was issued with a statement of expectations from the shareholding minister directing the company to roll out the multi-technology mix, or Scenario 6 of the December 2013 strategic review. Correct?
Correct.
Yep. Now, the SOE said, I'm going to quote this, the government has considered the NBN Gov strategic review report of 12th of December 2013 and agreed that the NBN rollout should transmission from a primarily fibre to the premises model to the optimised multi-technology mix model the review recommends, and it calls it Scenario 6, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I just want to confirm that that recommendation scenario in the strategic review was Scenario 6, which was the optimised multi-technology mix.
I don't know the exact words, but I'm sure you're reading from the right document, yes.
And you were chairman and CEO during the time in which the strategic review was produced.
I very much own the strategic review, having initiated it and presented it to the government.
So, I mean, as opposed to your role now as chairman at the time, so this is the, I think we're talking about the same document here, the December 3rd, the strategic review document.
It looks familiar.
That's your document?
Yes.
Okay. And you signed off on this document before it was submitted to the shareholding minister, correct?
I did.
Yep. And the funding envelope envisaged by the strategic review for the MTM on page 102 of the strategic review sets out that the peak funding estimate for the MTM was approximately 41 billion. Does that figure sound, I'm reading from the document, is that the correct figure?
That figure is correct.
And the peak funding amount is now 54 billion, is that correct?
We are working to a peak funding of just under $50 billion.
Sorry, let me just correct that. So in this document, the peak funding was 41.
Right.
And you're saying you're now looking at because I thought in the latest corporate plan, it was $54 billion.
What we have an approved corporate plan. The plan points to a peak funding need of just under $50 billion. But we have qualified that by saying that it's a big project. It has a number of assumptions about future costs, and that there is a range. I think it's now between 46 and 54. Is that right? 46 to 54 billion. But in the technical terms of saying what is the central estimate around which all the forecasts and the budgets are struck, it's $49.6 billion.
So 49.6 billion. So
Just
you're saying
49?
effectively 49 billion, so 54 billion is the top end.
Our estimate of the top end.
That's kind of your fat, if you will, or buffer.
It's a buffer, and clearly, as we get closer to the end of the build, that buffer is reduced because we are more certain about what the total cost
So
will be.
if you just, for 1 minute, explain to me how you get from it's a lot of money, 41 billion, 50 billion in a bit over a year, whether or not it goes to 54 billion or not. Where's the discrepancy? Where's the 9 billion?
Your own election commitment was for even higher than that.
No, sure, that wasn't my question.
By the bar.
No, I'm just asking the question about the 41 and 50. If you can just explain to me the difference between the two.
Ziggy, if that's okay. So the $41 billion in the strategic review was correct. That was previous to one of the biggest agreements that was established with Telstra that occurred in late 2014. So there was a lot of predictions in terms of what the cost would be. Equally so, without any experience of rolling out the new technologies that would now be in the multi-technology mix, that took that range from took that peak funding from 41 to $49 billion. To be prudent as management, because we're embarking on a project that is an uncharted territory. No one around the world has ever done this before. We felt it prudent to be able to put a range. That original range was $46 to $56 billion that we feel the peak funding would come in. But as the chairman has said, we knew with our forecasts and our plans, our objectives, it was on 49 billion. Last year, Senator, because the contracts were now established, because we have experience in at least launching all these new technologies, we lowered the top end of that range from 56 billion to $54 billion, and we anticipate doing so even as we go further. I would also like to point out that as specified in the corporate plan, the $49 billion has a large amount of contingency already in its buffer. So if you look at what we would actually produce, assuming that there was nothing unexpected, it would be far less than the $49 billion.
Okay, so just in language that I can understand, what it sounds like you're saying, and I know I'm summarising things that are probably a bit more complex. The strategic review was based on assumptions that were made at the time, and those assumptions have been reviewed as contracts have been entered into. Is that?
That is correct, yes.
And there were some model assumptions about how the network would be distributed and the details associated with connecting the network to the distribution of streets and households that were then updated as we got more information, and that led also to an upward revision in the costs.
Well, I mean, December, well, yeah, exactly, because in December last year there was leaked NBN document that demonstrated that the strategic review's assumption that the cost of the premises for fibre to the node would be $600. They're in the documents that I'm sure you're well aware of, these documents that have been kind of out in the public domain. And the corporate plan puts this at, your latest corporate plan put it at $1,600, which is triple the cost assumed in the 2013 report. Is that correct?
I am not that close to those figures. Bill, do you recognise that?
It is not triple the cost. There was an increase that once we got into the contracts and had the experience, that we had lifted the cost per premise from what that original estimate was, and we'd acknowledge that.
Yeah, sure. What was that estimate?
It wasn't triple the cost, Senator. I don't have what the estimate was, but it wasn't. You're not comparing apples with apples there.
Okay, so the documents, and these are the NBN documents which were leaked, which I'm sure you're all well aware of, they said that the cost per premises for fibre to the node would be $600. That was the assumption that was built into this document.
There was never a cost assumption of $600, Senator.
So are those documents that were leaked wrong?
I don't know which document you're referring to.
Your latest corporate plan puts it at $1,600, correct?
No. What, for fibre to the node, cost per prem?
That's correct without the dock lease. That's correct.
Okay. What was the assumption you used for this document?
I didn't prepare it at the time, Senator, but it wasn't as low as $600. I can tell you that. It wasn't triple the cost.
Okay. Mrs. Switkowski, do you remember what it was, the assumption that was made for this document?
No, I do not remember the assumption.
Okay. Can we take that on notice, what the assumption was? Mr. Is it, so am I pronouncing it Rue or Rao?
Rue.
Mr. Rue, you're saying that we can talk about the exact amount, but the assumption, your broad evidence is that that assumption figure did go up. You're saying it wasn't triple, but you're not able to tell us what that assumption raise was. Is that correct? With the information you have with you now?
Senator, we can provide on notice the information you're looking for to bridge from what was assumed in that document to what is factual today.
Okay. And is that information, would there be any reason why that isn't information that could be given to us on notice?
At the aggregate level, I would not see why not.
Okay.
I think we may have published a reconciliation.
Senator, I can give you the high-level reconciliation between the 41 and 49, which we have provided before, which is that the timing of revenue was $1 billion. Operating expenditure was $3 billion, and capital expenditure in total was $4 billion, which is why I'm saying it can't possibly be 3 times.
But Mr. Rue, the bit that I don't understand is this is like the fundamental assumption. I mean, the question of what it costs for fibre to the node, isn't that the fundamental assumption that this document's built on?
No, because let me recount how this worked. Upon change of government and change of management and the board in October of 2013, we were then at NBN tasked with a review of the strategy that the company was then pursuing to see whether there were alternative ways of building the network that would lead to a less expensive, faster build of a fit-for-purpose network. So we undertook that exercise. It was done very quickly over a period of 10 weeks, and a report was published in December of 2013, and that then informed the commentary around the multi-technology mix, etc. At that stage, we made the outcome of that modelling process led to an estimate of $41 billion. As we went further into the calendar year 2014 and subsequent to that, and we observed our actual experience, changes were also made to various agreements with Telstra, etc. That cost was revised to 49, but in the range 46 to 56. And the $49 billion figure has stayed in place now for a couple of years, and that is the target against which we are working and against which we will measure.
I just want to park the aggregates aside for a moment, and I note that Mr. Morrow, we're not there at the time, and you've said yourself, Mrs. Switkowski, that this is kind of your document. The information that I'm after is the cost per premises assumption, because you couldn't build an aggregate without having a cost per premises assumption.
Indeed.
Correct? And what I'm after is, I'm not sure why that wasn't put in this document in the first place, but that's a different matter. But what I'm after is the cost per premises assumption itself that was built into this strategic review. Mr. Morrow, surely there's someone back at NBN Gov
I'm asking for it now, Senator.
who can get that for us in the next little while.
Just through you, Chair, that Senator Dastiari, something that might help by way of comparison, both on cost per prem and also the base case funding. I raise this because I know this isn't Senator Dastiari's core area of responsibility. The previous government had a costing or an assumption. I'm actually not quite sure how to characterise it, but let me put it this way: the previous government believed that the cost per prem for fibre to the premises was $2,300. When the new government came in and the new management came in, it turned out that the real figure, cost per prem, was actually $4,400.
And this
so
is the same minister who said that the NBN would cost $29.5 billion.
That there is a cap on equity contributions of the government of $29.5 billion, which remains the case. But my point is that the previous government, previous NBN management, didn't have a clue what the cost per premises was.
Sure.
They believed it was $2,300 per prem. It was actually $4,400
You seem
per
to know a
prem.
lot more about that than the own project you're responsible for.
And also, again, because this isn't, I know, Senator Dastiari's area of shadow responsibility, Labor's policy at the last election was for the NBN under them to cost $57 billion. $57 billion, which is $8 billion more than our base case funding. And also, Labor had in their policy that they would go back and do some additional fibre to the prem, in addition to that which is in their policy, but that wasn't costed. So there's an additional multi-billion dollar cost to Labor's policy. But I just thought that might be helpful for the committee by way of comparison.
Follow up on that before I go back to you, Sam.
There's nothing to compare it to.
Well, there's the reality of what is happening.
Let's just
Yeah, but that, as you mentioned, Minister, the government, when it came into government in 2013, discovered that the NBN at that point really didn't know what it was, it didn't have firm costings, it really didn't understand the costs that it was dealing with, but had put out indications that it did to some degree, and all the opposition had prior to that 2013 election to work with in terms of doing its costings was the information that NBN had put out. But then we subsequently found out that information wasn't particularly useful.
That's a statement of fact, Chair.
okay, now, Minister, this isn't, you very kindly keep observing that it hasn't been an area of my expertise. That's why I'm here to ask some questions. But it is your area of expertise. So what is the exact amount that Chorus Telecom in New Zealand's doing fibre to the house for?
I'm not the New Zealand Minister for Communications.
You seem to know a lot about the former Labor. Do you have the amount? Do you know the
They
amount?
might show up in the Constitution, but they didn't actually join.
Mr. Morrow, do you know the amount?
We are familiar with the amount that they have, and I can assure you, Senator, that when you take into account the
What is the amount?
The vast land that we have in here in Australia, we are running as efficient as what New Zealand is. We have talked to them, and there is an issue of how they account for this also that equally is different.
But what is the amount? Do you know the amount?
I believe that the cost per premise in New Zealand,
It's about 2,800 New Zealand dollars,
I've
I
got
think. Remember.
2,750. Yep. So you're about
but
that.
again, Senator, I would point out there are vast differences.
No, I'm
This is
just
where-
interested. The minister seems to know a lot about the Labor projects, but not what's happening just across the ditch. Now,
It's just that the blinding hypocrisy and willingness
Mr. Morrow,
of
what I
Labor
might
to
do
face the
is,
absolute
I've got-
debacle
Senator
that was
I've
got some
NBN
more
under their
questions. I wanna move
administration.
on.
And I think the committee benefits
Senator
from knowing what the history is.
You made a point rather than ask a question, but the minister is entitled to respond.
Could I just make a comment on it? You're
have
not
one
comparing
person
like
as
with
well.
like, Senator. There are many additional costs in our cost per premise from an accounting point of view that's different from the New Zealand costs. And when you actually reconcile the two, they have actually come down to a level that we're at, Senator.
Okay. Now, I might place my series of questions on hold if, Mr. Morrow, we're waiting on information that will be coming regarding what the cost per premises assumption was that went into this document. I don't know, it shouldn't be a hard figure to get. So why don't I, Chair?
Yes. So,
Chair, why don't I just pause for a moment on my series of questions that I had? We'll come back to
okay,
that.
that's fine.
Once we've got
I'm
that
happy
figure.
for the opposition to continue asking questions for a little longer before we might...
Okay, I just want to get to one other matter then, and I think this has largely been traversed, so we'll go through this one fairly. So we'll come back to that issue once we have that figure. Dr. Switkowski, look, we obviously in the previous estimates there was a long conversation at this table regarding the details surrounding the opinion piece that was published in the Australian newspaper. I don't think it's worth us retraversing the intricacies of that insofar as everyone else's role within that. But during the conversation we had, and this is coming straight out of estimates, Mr. Morrow said, our chairman had mentioned to me that he was considering putting an opinion piece about a lot of NBN rhetoric that was in the news. That's what Mr. Morrow said on the 18th of October, and Ms. Keisler went on to say he, which was referring to you, Mrs. Switkowski, was responding to what he read in the press. So I just wanted to just go through with you what were the series of events as you understand it during that period.
Well, I think that period began with the Australian Federal Police actions, which occurred on May 19 and 20.
Yep.
Which I think was 20 may have been the Thursday. On the Sunday, Bill and I had a phone call, which we frequently do, and I raised the issue where I thought that the media commentary was very negative, it was poorly informed and inappropriate, and that some form of rebuttal was appropriate, and that I felt I should do that. So that was the Sunday. On the Monday, we had a scheduled NBN board meeting in Melbourne. We talked further about the nature of the criticism of NBN following the AFP action, and I mentioned to the board the appropriateness of writing an opinion piece, and had their support. The following day or two would have been taken up writing the opinion piece, among other things, and it was finalised on Wednesday evening. On Thursday, I think that day was spent with our staff liaising to some extent with the Department of Communications about the opinion piece. They then offered their views, which were shared with me on the Friday morning, at which point I took the position that we would go ahead and submit the opinion piece, which actually ended up being published by the Fairfax Press on the Saturday.
Okay, so just wanted to check. So, and so this bit I don't believe came out in Senate estimates, and it may have. I'll go through the transcript again. You're saying you raised it at the board meeting on the Monday.
I did.
Okay, formally or as part of an informal conversation?
Well, the way the board operates, it would have been as part of a conversation around matters to do with the commentary around NBN following the AFP raids.
Okay. And
I
Mr.
should emphasise, it was not a matter that went formally to the board that said, please approve. It's not the way the board operates, but the board was aware of my intention to write, was supportive and did see the draft.
Okay. And Mr. Morrow, you sit on the board, do you know?
Yes,
Okay. I'll go through it. Do you recall that coming up at the board meeting?
I do, yes, Senator.
Okay. So it went, because that's just, well, I mean, we'll have a chance to review it again, but I think in our previous conversations here, Mr. Morrow, the evidence that you gave was that you'd first heard about it at a later date than that.
No, I first heard about the interest in putting an opinion piece out there was before the board meeting, as the chairman just mentioned on that Sunday.
Okay. So on the Sunday, Mrs. Vasquez, you had a conversation with Mr. Morrow.
I did.
You said, you know, what you said that I want to do an op-ed or I want to respond or what?
I noted my concern about the amount of misinformation that was being reported and repeated in the press, and I thought it was time to correct it, and that an opinion piece published in the press was the way to go.
Okay. And the board meeting itself was Monday, so that would have been the 22nd?
I think it's the 23rd.
23rd, sorry. Monday, 23rd of May. It goes to was a discussion about it at the board. You submitted a draft through to NBN Gov, or they assisted you in drafting that?
Wednesday.
On Wednesday, they assisted you in drafting the op-ed?
I would have started drafting the opinion piece probably Monday night, Tuesday, and it was in a state ready for review internally on Wednesday night.
Okay, so Wednesday night, and then it was sent on Wednesday night. It got sent to NBN Gov.
Yes.
And you're aware, obviously, I'm sure you've had a chance to have a look at the evidence that everyone else has given about this matter before you came today, about the dates and this and that. Mr. Morrow, did you yourself speak to the Prime Minister about the op-ed prior to its publication?
Is that a question to me?
Yes.
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you speak to the Minister prior to its publication?
No, I did not.
Did you speak to the Minister's Chief of Staff?
No.
Did you speak to anyone in the Minister's office?
No.
Did you speak to anyone in the Prime Minister's office?
No.
Did you speak to anyone within the government or the department yourself at any point in time?
Me personally, no.
Okay. So you had no conversations with anyone outside of NBN Gov?
No, not personally.
Okay. Did you speak to anyone at all outside of NBN Gov about the op-ed relevant to government
No,
or the department?
that's correct.
Okay.
That's personally. I was aware that our staff were liaising with the department. Liaising may be overstating it. They had communicated the content of the opinion piece to the department.
Yep. And Mr. Morrow, so I just, at previous estimates, and you might want to take this away and come back to us, but you told, in previous estimates, you said that you were aware of the op-ed on the 25th and 26th of, that's when you first became aware of it. The evidence that Mr. Switkowski has given is that it was raised at a board meeting on the 23rd. Did you want to perhaps review the evidence that you've given?
No, Senator, it's been quite consistent in what I've said and what the chairman just said.
It's completely different.
No, it's not, Senator. Again, I'm quite well aware of what I had said. The Sunday before is when the chairman had mentioned that he wanted to put an opinion piece out there because he believed there was numerous misrepresentations about the company that were false and quite damaging to the company. In the board meeting on the next day, he raised the issue both with Karina, who was in the board meeting for a particular agenda topic, and the rest of the board members to be able to discuss. It was within a couple of days after that the opinion piece was actually put together. And as we talked about in the last Senate hearing, that's when the department advice, the PMNC advice had actually taken place.
Okay, Mr. Morrow, I would, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to take this on notice, I'd strongly suggest you consider reviewing the evidence that you gave, because the evidence you gave, and I'll give you the opportunity, I have it in front of me, you don't have it in front of you, so I'll give you that opportunity to perhaps take that on reflection. But the information you gave to us is that you were made aware on the 25th and 26th. That, in my opinion, would fly very much at the face of having a discussion about it at a board meeting prior to that date. So I don't think it's fair, Mr. Morrow, to put you in a position right now to deal with that. And I think I'll give you the opportunity to perhaps reflect on the evidence you've given to this committee.
I'm happy to, Senator. Nothing has changed since the last testimony that I gave.
Mr. Morrow, it's changed completely.
No, it's not,
It's actually
Senator.
completely changed.
I'm sorry, but
You
has
came
not.
to us and said to us that you became aware of something on the 25th and 26th that we now find out had
That
already
is
been
not
raised at
true.
a board
I had
meeting on the
told you,
23rd.
and I do recall specifically talking about it. So maybe you're looking at a different part of the, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt perhaps to review as well. I will do the same thing, but there is nothing that is different in terms of what I recall and what I had said. I'm
Mr. Morrow.
confident in that.
Okay, I think you were going to regret that. Now,
No, it's too early in the day for
Dr. Switkowski,
these games, Sam. He's up, buddy.
okay. When were you informed that the advice from the Department of Communications through to the PMO and others was that it was their view that, and again, we can play around with the wording here, but I'm summarising what their view was, that the article risked breaking caretaker conventions?
Well, I received their advice via our internal government relations people, I believe, on the Friday morning.
Sorry?
I received advice on the Friday morning.
On the Friday morning?
Yep.
Okay.
Incidentally, can I, just again for the record, I've never viewed this as advice about my breaching the Caretakers Convention. It was advice about how the Caretaker Convention might be interpreted in the light of my opinion piece.
Sorry, what's the difference?
I don't believe I breached the Caretaker Convention.
You don't believe that you breached the caretaker conventions?
Exactly.
So they were wrong?
No, this is one of these issues where reasonable people can end up on the opposite side of
Okay.
the issue.
Did you get legal advice?
Did I get legal advice?
Yep. I mean, the department gave its advice. People can, and they do this in the past, they go get their own. You're a GBE, you can, you're
Exactly.
independent, right?
Right.
And you're working within the framework of government.
Right.
So did you go get your own advice?
I did seek feedback from our legal department on the content of the opinion piece,
Yep.
but I did not ask for their view about its consistency or inconsistency with the Caretaker
Okay.
Convention.
So your assertion that you didn't breach caretaker conventions is based on your opinion, not any external opinion.
That is true.
Okay.
Can I add to that?
Because what would the department know, right?
Sorry?
So the Department of Prime Minister, the Department of Communications, their advice was that this risked breaching. I think they used the word, and I'm giving the breaching caretaker conventions. Your own assertion is that you did not,
Right.
and I'm trying to work out what the basis of that assertion is,
Well,
because I'm not an expert on
no,
caretaker
indeed,
conventions.
and you will assert maybe that I'm not either, but just by way of my history. So I've been involved with GBEs since when I joined Telstra in 1997, and it was a 100% owned government entity, and left it when it was partially privatised. So lived through a couple of elections and a kind of clear understanding of the implications of the Caretaker Convention then, and understood also the nature of the Caretaker Convention through this election. Have always understood that at the end of the day, as the chair of a GBE, I would have to exercise my judgment as to what the appropriate thing was to do, and that is what I did in this case.
Yeah. I mean, look, you've been very upfront about this, Dr. from the start, and in fairness to Ms. Morrow and others have said, this was your call, correct?
It was my call,
And you made the decision.
and I made the decision.
And you made the decision despite the advice that was given to you by the department through Prime Minister and Cabinet. It was your call at the end of the day, and you made the call, correct?
Despite the cautionary advice, yes.
Okay. So the evidence, and the evidence that was passed on to you, I just want to confirm this is the evidence that was passed on to you, and because this is what Ms. Koestler said, indicated that the interpretation advice was, and I'm going to quote this from previous Senate estimates, government companies should observe the conventions and practices unless to do so would conflict with their legal obligations or compelling organisational requirements. That was the advice that was passed on to you as Chair, correct?
I believe so.
Yep. And you decided, you were of the view to go ahead and do it anyway.
I was of the view that the circumstances were such that it would justify my going ahead, yes.
And even though there was a question that there's a potential to conflict with legal obligations, you didn't seek legal advice as to the matter regarding caretaker convention internally.
Well, if there was a conflict, it was with the spirit of the caretakers convention. I understood that might be the case.
This related to the entire police raids, and what you have defined as misinformation relates directly to information, rightly or wrongly. And again, I can't speak to the veracity of the information that was leaked. I've seen the information, but I can't speak to the veracity of it. It was all to do with information that was used in the production of the strategic review. Is that correct?
I'm not at all sure that the leaked documents...
You haven't seen the leaked documents? You didn't read them? You didn't see
No,
them?
I don't know what has been leaked.
You don't know what's been leaked?
No, not in detail, not at all. In fact, no, have not seen copies of documents that have been leaked.
The media reports.
I've read the media
Okay,
reports.
so that media reports...
Excuse me, Senator. My understanding is that the numbers that appeared in the media reports and the criticisms related to events that were much more recent than that document.
They did both.
Well, that's possible.
Okay. They referred to information that would have corrected and shown that the information in the strategic review was based on false assumptions.
You said that they related to preparation of that document.
No, what they did, Minister, you're aware of the media reports around it.
I'm just saying you said two different things.
No. What they did, what that information did, was it showed that the assumptions...
But that's not what you said before.
It showed that the assumptions had changed, and once you make a comparison between those assumptions and the assumptions in the strategic review, it demonstrated the gulf that was there.
You said it was material that was used in the fed to the assumptions of the strategic review.
Yes.
But
Now,
you just contradicted yourself before. You said that was the case, and then you said, no, it wasn't.
No.
You did.
Now, in late 2013...
Senator, you just said two completely irreconcilable things.
No, I didn't at all.
You did.
No. Now, in late 2013...
I'm sorry, you did.
At an NBN Senate Select Committee hearing... No.
Work out what your line is.
Minister, you were asked to table
things.
an unredacted version of the strategic review. In fact, the committee was happy to do so in camera. NBN Gov refused, with you saying, I have a concern about the committee assessing the full report because the parts that have been redacted for a reason. Did you want to just expand on what that reason was?
Sorry, you said minister. Did you mean chair?
The chair... Okay, so what ended up happening at the time, as I understand, and I wasn't here in 2013, so right. Senator Conroy was here, that we had asked for an unredacted version of the strategic review.
In December 2013?
In late 2013, I think it was December 2013. So Dr. Switkowski was the chairman.
Executive chairman at that point.
Executive chairman at that point in time. I believe it was taken on notice at that point in time about whether or not a strategic, unredacted version would or would not be provided. A decision that was made, I assume, through the minister and the government
in December 2013.
Yep.
I wasn't the minister.
No,
in December
that's what I'm saying. Was a decision was made not to provide an unredacted version. I assume there was the reason. I'm assuming was commercial reasons.
Commercial reasons, yes.
Considering that time has now passed, and that the commercial reasons for negotiations that perhaps at that point in time may have been sensitive, may no longer be sensitive. Dr. Switkowski, are you able to take, or Mr. Morrow, are you able to take on notice whether or not you can now provide a unredacted version or a version with less redaction based on what is now no longer perhaps commercially sensitive?
I think it's fair that we can take on notice the consideration of such, Senator, yes.
Okay. Okay. We might, has that figure come through?
No, Senator, but if I could just state the facts in terms of the Hansard report
Yep.
for the last, and I'm on page 141 if you have the report in front of you, where Senator O'Neill stated, and the conversation that you had where the chairman indicated that he really wanted to do this happened when, question mark, the 24th, the 23rd, or the 22nd, she asked. I responded it was prior to the 25th. I do not recall the specifics. A little later down again, once again, Senator O'Neill states on there, it was in the days immediately prior to the 25th and certainly no more than a week prior. Is that your evidence? Yes, I would say roughly that is about the time frame, but I would not go on record with that because, again, I do not recall the specifics. That was a long time ago, and a lot of stuff has happened since then.
Okay. So, and you didn't feel it was necessary at the time to inform us that there was a discussion that had been had at a board level about this?
The question wasn't asked, Senator.
And Senator, you asserted before that Mr. Morrow was going to regret what he'd said.
I think Mr.
that there were
Morrow
complete differences between what had been said today and at the last occasion.
Honestly,
and Senator
I think it's pretty disappointing that Mr. Morrow has done everything he can.
You know, can you know, it's early in the day. You know, please don't do the mate you're going to regret, mate complete differences, when in fact you're the person who's wrong.
Mr. Senator Fifield, I think it's disappointing that when a matter of this significance, that Mr. Morrow didn't feel it was remotely relevant.
Senator Dastyari,
no. Well, if the minister's going to start badgering me...
The minister's entitled to make
I mean,
statements.
it goes to the board of
Senator Dastyari,
NBN,
you're
and
wrong.
we don't
You
get
made an
told
assertion
about it.
and you're
We
wrong.
don't get told
You're
about
wrong.
it. When
You're
it goes to the
embarrassed.
board of NBN,
You made an
this is
assertion that you're wrong,
ridiculous.
and speaking
This whole
loudly
thing-
isn't going to detract from the fact that what you said 15 minutes
Senator
ago
Dastyari,
is
we
wrong.
can suspend if you want to go for a break, and we can waste some of this time we've got
the
available.
idea that this has gone to a
you're
board
wrong.
meeting,
Well, ask
and
him a
yet Mr.
question
Morrow
about it.
suddenly can't
Ask
remember.
a question.
Apologise to Mr. Morrow that your allegation earlier today is wrong.
Senator
You
Fifield-
said he had made inconsistent remarks.
Senator Fifield,
and
the
you
fact
are
that this
wrong.
has gone to a board, the fact that this has gone to
You're
a board...
raising a different issue now.
And the fact that
you're
only
wrong.
20...
Yeah, Senator Dastyari, the people on this side of the table need to ask questions. You can put context around your question by making some statements, provided
I'm
you
not
put it
gonna
in the
be
context
badgered
of
by
a
the
question.
minister. Now,
The
I'm
minister
waiting-
I'm
is
not going to
entitled
allow
make statements.
you to say to witnesses at the table that they're going to regret what they've
No.
said,
What
that
I
they
said-
are
no.
inconsistent
Yeah,
in their
no.
evidence,
Sorry,
when the Hansard shows
Chair,
that you are
When
wrong.
he's finished, you can
Chair,
have an
no, I
opportunity.
want an opportunity to respond. I said, and I thought I was quite polite about this, I said to
Still
Mr.
wrong.
Morrow, take the opportunity to check the record. I felt that we had a very frank conversation at the previous estimates around times and dates. Mr. Switkowski came and gave information this morning that this is a matter that had been discussed at a board level. I felt that was new information, and it was new information to me. I asked Mr. Morrow to clarify and to take on notice whether or not that was consistent or inconsistent.
You did more than that.
Mr. Morrow...
Read your own
Can I
Hansard.
finish?
Read your own
Can I finish?
Hansard.
Mr. Morrow is of the view that that is consistent. That's the evidence he's just given here. I'm going to take my opportunity to reflect on that. I still feel that the series of questions we asked at the previous estimates would have warranted something as significant as this being a matter having been discussed as a board level, having been raised with Senate estimates. Now, we will have the opportunity in future Senate estimates to revisit that, but I feel we are going around in circles at the moment.
Let me
waiting-
respond, Chair.
Yes, certainly, Minister.
Senator Dastyari said that the evidence that was presented today was completely at odds with Mr. Morrow's evidence at the estimates hearing, at the last estimates hearing, and he said
That's in accordance with my
you want to check the Hansard. Mr. Morrow said I've been entirely consistent. Senator
I gave
Dastyari
Mr.
said
Morrow-
you're going to regret saying that. Well, Mr Morrow doesn't regret saying that, because the Hansard which Mr Morrow has read out demonstrates that there is absolutely no inconsistency, that it's Senator Dastiari who is wrong. And if anyone needs to reflect and to read Hansard, Senator Dastiari should read the Hansard of his contributions earlier today.
Senator Fifield, again, I feel we're going around in circles, but I
Okay, well, Senator Dastiari.
No. Well, I believe I have the opportunity then when there's been assertion of that kind.
I'll give you a degree of licence in your next question to put context around it where you might respond, but beyond that, you need to be asking a question. I'll take the call from you and I will give it to somebody else. Proceed, but in the context of a question.
We're not going to put up with smears and, mate, you're going to regret this, okay?
Minister, I'll allow Senator to say, if Secretary takes this opportunity.
At the previous Senate estimates that you were sitting at the table at, was information provided to this inquiry, this estimates process that you're aware of, that this was a matter that had been discussed at a board level?
Mr Morrow indicated that the matter had been raised in days beforehand.
That wasn't my question. My question was that it was the information. Let me reword that. Were you aware that this had been raised at a board level on the 23rd of May?
There's no reason why I would be aware.
Yeah. So the first you became aware of it was today? To the best of your
I'm
recollection?
aware, and you're aware, that it was discussed at the board as a result of the evidence of the chair.
And you weren't aware before this?
I wasn't, but that's no reason why I would be. And the fact that Dr. Switkowski raised that doesn't call into question any of the evidence that has already been given by NBN today or at the previous estimates.
I believe this is information that should have been made aware to us, but I will move on. So I'm happy to give the call to someone else while I wait for this information to come.
Do either Senator Chisholm or Senator Urquhart? Senator Chisholm.
Yeah, thanks. Just turning to the fibre to the distribution point, Mr Morrow, I understand that NBN have undertaken some trials in Sydney and Melbourne. So I just wanted to get a bit of an understanding of sort of what challenges were presented during these trials and how much the technology has changed over the last 12, 24 months.
Yes, Senator. So with fibre to the distribution point, that from a global point of view, it's most commonly referred to as fibre to the curb. We wanted to ensure that we tested the way in which we were going to pull the fibre down the street. This is what we have called skinny fibre and have spoken about in the public in the past. It's a different way that allows it to be pulled cheaper and can go faster than the original fibre to the prem type of an application. The second portion of the trial was the actual electronics that go into the pit that sits outside the home and the footpath. And these were prototype pieces of equipment. We needed to understand what the power dissipation was, how the power would be fed into this device, what kind of other environmental issues that would have, what the provisioning might look like for us. Those were challenges that we had to make sure met certain specifications, and that's why it was still preliminary in our view as to whether this was a viable technology. Since then, I'm pleased to say that with the help of a number of different manufacturers, including the most recent Aussie company, Netcom, we have identified electronics that can go into that box that meet all of our specifications and standards, and therefore we feel that there is up to 700,000 homes that are great candidates for this new approach.
So that was getting on to my next question, just trying to confirm how many homes at this point in time the NBN is proposing to connect to fibre to the distribution point?
So up to 700,000. It varies because there's so much that we don't know until we actually do the field visits, walk the streets, open up some of the pits and take a look at things. But at this point, we think that there could be up to 700,000. And we hope many more as we refine and perfect this technology.
So just comparing the 2016 and 2017 corporate plans, in terms of the 2016 corporate plan, it indicated that 4 million homes would be connected to the HFC at the end of the rollout in 2020. That's correct?
That is correct.
Yep. And then in the 2017 corporate plan, it indicated that between 2.5 and 3.2 million premises would be served by the HFC by the end of the 2020 rollout.
That is correct, Senator.
So of those, so just sort of if I take a midpoint between the 2.5 and 3.2, so there's 1.2 million homes no longer receiving the HFC, and of those 700,000, about 700,000 will receive fibre to the distribution point.
So the reduction of HFC was predominantly, well, if I can explain the process, Senator, I think it'll make perfect sense. When we look at where the HFC network previously owned by Optus and Telstra was deployed, we drew a circle around those areas, and that equated to about the 4 million homes that we were initially targeting with HFC. As we drop into more of the detail and we walk the streets, we actually assess the plant. We try to purify the data records, which are often out of date. We found that there were a number of multi-dwelling units, so these are apartments that go up, that were never cabled up with the pay TV cable, coaxial cable itself. So we have to remove from that 4 million a large portion of those homes because it doesn't make sense. Fiber to the building is a far better technology application with those skyrise or multi-dwelling units. And equally so, both Telstra and Optus, they did not necessarily build out the network contiguously around those neighborhoods. There were many streets, for example, that were left without cable for whatever reasons that those two companies took in the past. And so when you start to deduct both of those factors, it actually reduced the number substantially. Now, in the Optus footprint, that had a circle of about 450,000 homes where there is only Optus pay TV cables. That area we are targeting now for this fiber to the curb technology. So when I say up to 700,000, a good portion of that is going to be where that area is today. Now, it's important to note that we did not assume a full 450,000 home in that footprint would be HFC. In fact, many of those, the majority of those, were going to be slated for a fiber to the node type of technology. So this is why you saw the reduction in fiber to the node and the increase in fiber to the curb occur. The other, up to call it 200,000 or 300,000 homes that are outside that Optus HFC only footprint, is because when you go into areas with fiber to the node, if the homes are less dense, the cost obviously goes up. You still have to put a node, and so one node serving 10 homes versus one node serving 200 homes, that cost per premise obviously is vastly different, and therefore this fiber to the curb is a far better technology in those areas. And then the final application that we look at is when that copper loop length is so long that we fall below the minimum requirement the government expects of us of 25 megabits per second, we need an alternative solution, and that is where fiber to the curb comes in.
So of those about 500,000, what are they likely to receive?
Of the Optus only footprint, so they will likely receive the fiber to the curb technology, and that will give them initially hundreds of megabits per second. With the upgrades of GDOT Fast, we know that that will go up towards a gigabit per second. So it is a great technology, has many upgrade capabilities to it that are simple, easy, and straightforward.
Is it possible just with that group to get a bit of a breakdown of where those locations are likely to be? It might have to be taken on notice.
We certainly can take that on notice and have a look at it as to where we're targeting.
Yep. Just in terms of the fibre to the distribution point, are you aware of any other deployments of that technology elsewhere in the world?
Yeah, we know that it's being trialled in a couple of different locations. The UK, it's been deployed slightly in Italy. We're working with all of the equipment manufacturers. We're working with the other carriers to make sure that we can apply best practices. I think we are now probably the largest in terms of the scale, intended scale deployment of fiber to the curb technology. So we have a lot of outside interest asking to be able to ride our coattails into this new approach.
And who are the technology vendors in those other countries that are using this technology?
In terms of the equipment suppliers, do you mean? I don't recall offhand. I know there's 2 or 3 different companies that work in this space, Corning, Adtran. There's a few others that provide equipment in this regard. And I know they're active in these overseas countries.
Yep. Just in terms of the 2017 corporate plan, it mentions the 5.1 to 6.5 million as being forecast for fibre to the node, fibre to the basement, fibre to the distribution point. What's expected to be the breakdown of that, of how many will receive which technology?
Well, this is a fluid issue because, again, we find so much that happens in the field, and we're constantly evaluating new approaches, new technologies, and that's why I say that it is fluid. But when you look at the breakdown, roughly just under 5 million will receive pure fibre to the node, and the other million will be fibre to the basement and fibre to the curb.
Just turning to the technology itself in terms of fibre to the distribution point, it brings the fibre and the electronics closer to the customer's premises, up to a distribution point that is closer to the home. Is that essentially the...
Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
So it shortens the length of the copper that is being used.
Yep. And in terms of the active electronics, are they placed in a Telstra pit and service a few homes each?
Yes, that is correct.
And in terms of how those devices are powered, are they powered from the network or reverse powered from the end user?
They are reverse powered from, so in all of our technologies, a piece of equipment goes inside the home. That piece of equipment has to be powered by the local end user. What this does is draw a little bit of the power from that same box, powered by that same end user, and runs it down that 30 meters of copper to this box to be able to power it.
Yep. And in regards, my understanding is in the March, 15th of March NBN Select Committee session, Mr. Ryan, who I think might have been the Chief Engineer.
Correct.
Yep. He was asked about roughly the 30,000 fibre to the nodes.
Yep.
And it costs $2,000 per year in electricity to power each node. Is that was the evidence, my understanding, that was given back then in March?
I would rely on his testimony.
Yep. So does this electricity cost for those fibre to the nodes go to the NBN? Is that?
That is correct, yes.
Yep. But if it was to go to, if we went to more fibre to the distribution point, that electricity cost would effectively disappear.
No.
For the NBN.
Well, for those homes that are powered by fibre to the curb, the electricity cost would be in the exchange, and there is electricity powered, again, by the modem that is in the customer's house. So in the end user's house, again, already today, all technologies, even fibre to the prem, there's a NBN NTD that we install and power by the customer's power, and then the RSP comes along and plugs in a gateway that equally is powered by the end user. In the case of fibre to the curb, it takes a little bit of that power, runs it down to the line to power these devices. And no longer, if you have a pure fibre to the curb area, you do not have a piece of electronics at the neighborhood entry point like we do in fibre to the node, and obviously, therefore, you don't need any powering requirements at that midway point between the exchange and the house.
So is there an issue with fibre to the node when the power goes out?
If power were lost to the node, we do have a backup system that is in place, and just like most of the telecom exchanges exist, if power is lost to the neighborhood, these devices are no longer battery powered. There was options in the past, but because seldom was it ever used, we stopped using that sort of approach.
Yeah. But with fibre to the distribution point, the cost for electricity to the nodes largely disappears.
That's correct.
Yeah. In terms of the Telstra pits, is there potential for water clogging in those things, like in terms of having the electronics in there? Do they have to be in some sort of watertight
They do.
casing or
They're
something
in a
like that?
hermetically sealed container that has been proven to be waterproof. This is an approach that has been taken for decades now to ensure it has water integrity.
Is that decades in Australia or is that overseas? I'm just wondering about the sort of extreme heat that we can face in Australia.
No, these things are tested in lab environments to where they are proven to operate in a temperature range consistent with Australia's landscape. And this is part of the testing that we were doing that you were asking about earlier in terms of the trials. We have the manufacturers that validate and verify that it can operate within these ranges and, of course, again, be protected from water intrusion.
Just in terms of the costs of fibre to the distribution point, I've seen some reports that put the cost at $2,700 per premise, which is roughly a $400 difference between fibre to the node. Was this figure based on actuals or estimates?
It's based on some experience we've had in rolling out FTTP, but it's also based on some desktop analysis, Senator.
In terms of fibre to the distribution point, has the technical configuration been completed around that?
I'm sorry, Senator.
In terms of fibre to the distribution point, the technical configuration, has that been completed yet?
The designs are just about to begin. We have a model architecture that has been completed, and designs are expected to start by the end of this year.
And can you release that once that's been completed?
The architecture, we can certainly take that on notice. I don't believe there's any commercial issues, but I would like the team to validate that first, Senator.
Thanks. And in terms of the IT systems to support distribution point, how long before they'll be in place?
So this is a normal process for us. We've happened to get quite professional, quite good at this. We have a fantastic IT team that responds each and every time. Over the course between when this will actually come online and be commercially ready, which will be early 2018, you'll see a couple of other IT enhancements to be able to support that from a record inventory basis, to be able to provision, to be able to recognize when it's in the field. Already a certain degree of this has been done, and the remaining will occur between now and early 2018.
So in terms of, and you mentioned before sort of the process of, literally I think it was walking the streets to decide who gets what technology. Is there some sort of criteria that you use in terms of, making a decision like that?
Indeed. I mean, it's the logic that you would expect. We are being tasked with providing NBN to all Australians by the year 2020, and to do so in the fastest, least cost way, and to make sure that there are two other factors. One is a minimum of 25 meg for everybody, 50 meg for 90% of the fixed line, and there is an upgrade path that, should demand in the future require it, that we have a clear plan to be able to upgrade each of these networks for greater speed and performance. And so as we go through each one of the neighborhoods, we look to see, based on the circumstances there, which ones are optimized by the various technology mix choices that we have.
And in terms of the IT systems that are being developed, do they leverage much off what you already have in terms of fibre to the node?
They do. And in fact, so the fact that we did fibre to the node, fibre to the building, from an IT point of view, it was far more straightforward, less work involved to do fibre to the curb.
So in terms of the trials around the fibre to the distribution point, the electronics were actually tested with a fibre lead-in instead of a copper lead-in, is that correct?
It is a copper lead-in, yes.
But have you done some trials with a fibre lead-in as well?
It wouldn't be applied in a fibre lead-in basis. That would be, so if you look at a fibre to the prem architecture, in front of the pit, inside the home, is what we call a multi-port. And basically it has, for example, a 4-port system. It has the ability to plug in a fibre to 4 homes that are in the neighborhood, and fibre would run from that multi-port system all the way up into inside the home. In the case of fibre to the curb, that same multi-port exists, but instead of actually plugging in the fibre, you're plugging in this little DPU, which is the electronics, and out of this little box of the electronics is a copper pair. And that copper pair is then spliced into the existing copper pair that goes between that pit and up into the house. So when we talk fibre to the curb or fibre to the distribution point of the old technology, there is no fibre beyond that point. It is only copper.
So you haven't, and in the trials that you've done, you haven't trialled it with fibre to the home from that point.
So the initial trial, if I understand your question, is we took a fibre to the prem area that was already built. So outside the front of the home, the first home that we tested this in, we just unplugged the fibre that was running to the house, and instead we plugged in this new DP unit, distribution point unit. And out of that distribution point came the copper pair that we spliced in to the old copper pair that was going up to this same house. So in this trial example, there was both fiber going up to the home and reusing the old copper pair that was going up to the home, and that's how we were able to trial the initial prototype of this technology.
When you're doing that, if you're using the copper, the existing copper, do you still have the same hardware in the house that you do with other NBN installations?
It's different hardware, but looks the same to the customer because it's just a box. So
it doesn't work on the same way that wire would for ADSL or...
So it looks, whether it's ADSL, fiber to the prem, fiber to the distribution point, you're going to see a box that has to plug into the house that plugs in both to the power point and to whatever that line is that coming in, whether be it fiber and or copper.
Okay, I might not have asked that question to truly convey what I was actually asking, but prior to NBN,
Yes.
copper network,
Yes.
you just have you plug into your phone line with a modem,
Yes.
and a router. You wouldn't do that now with fibre to the curb that has copper going into the house. You'd need
It would look very similar, Senator.
It's very similar.
Yeah,
Okay.
to the ADSL. ADSL, you have a copper coming up to the first plate. You're going to plug that copper to go into your modem, and you'll plug that modem into a power point.
With an NBN, with fibre to the premises, you actually have to have an installation.
Well, that's taken away,
Yeah.
and another device, another box, a modem, which we call the network terminating device, goes in its place. So it plugs into the fiber and plugs into a power point, and from that you enable the retailer to plug in what they call their gateway, and that's where Wi-Fi comes out. That's the layer 3 protocol services.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
So just in terms of the on-demand fibre to the distribution point, fibre to the home upgrade option,
Yes.
which how would that actually work in practice in terms of the choices that people have, and are we talking around someone would be expected to pay around $1,200 per premise to actually get that technology to their home?
So we offer this, obviously, to anybody that is interested. I believe we have had roughly, don't quote me on this, but about 300 or 400 qualified applications that have come through. There have only been 21 in total that have actually proceeded with this. And when you look at the ones that have taken it, typically it's moving from fixed wireless to a fiber to the prem. I think there's a couple now that have been fiber to the node to fiber to the prem. And what we find is it's typically private schools that are willing to pay for this. You see a couple of multi-dwelling units that the strata has gotten together and said, we want to go ahead and pull fiber in to the rest of the house, or a business that's in a particular location. I think there's might be one case, or two at the very most, of individual residents that have chosen to do this. That cost range will vary depending on how far they are away from where the node is, because we know we have fiber up until that point, or the way in which the house is constructed on the property. And so there's a varied range behind that, but we do process the applications, and we have seen a number come through.
Would it be possible to take on notice just to provide a average of what the cost has been?
Well, averages are dangerous, Senator. Why don't we take that away to see what we can actually apply to give you a sense for roughly what the costs look like?
Dangerous for who?
For everybody, because again, the range could be from literally hundreds of dollars to multiple tens of thousands of dollars. So we have to, if you say an average and I think I'm going to get that and suddenly I get a $30,000 quote, I may not be happy. So that's why averages can be dangerous.
Yep. In terms of, I just wanted to read out some comments you made on the 15th of March about the fibre to the distribution point, and I think Mr. Rue made some as well. So, Mr. Murray, you went on to say, We have had the discussions about what fibre to the distribution point could do and its potential when combined with skinny fibre when we learned of this some time ago, and the question that comes back is this a technology that can be faster and cheaper and/or reduce the peak funding from where it is scheduled to be today? And the answer is no, not yet. Therefore, we are steady state on the technology mix. And then you went on to say, remember that the board is also charged by the statement of expectations to do this as fast as possible at the least possible cost. And then Mr. Rue went on to say, we would be very enthusiastic in using DP technology when it fits into the statement of expectations that we abide by. So, Mr. Morrow, reading between the lines, it appears that you're saying that the fibre to the distribution point is something the NBN is quite interested in, but feels constrained by the government statement of expectations. Is that...
Well, being a technologist, I do get excited about technology, and I do like fibre-to-the-curb technology. I think it solves for problems that we've had in the past where we weren't sure how we were going to get the speeds up to 25 megabits per second, or we weren't sure how we were going to get the cost down on those homes that aren't as dense as the others surrounding a node and fibre-to-the-node technology. And therefore, this technology came along and brought us, I think, a very elegant, good solution for those problems. Of course, as management, I can tell you, as my 7th gig of being a CEO of a company, I'm always constrained with some sort of budget or other requirements, and that budget therefore says, all right, we have to find the least possible cost to get these technologies in to meet that criteria. If it was a free-for-all and said, go ahead and build a golden lace network, then sure, we would be deploying more fibre to the curb. But unfortunately, the gentleman to my side here doesn't allow the board to do that.
So just in terms of specifically around the statement of expectations, does that constrain at this stage the rollout of the fibre to the distribution point?
Yes, I mean, it constrains us in terms of putting out more expensive technology, Senator. Yes, it does.
So in terms of the decision criteria for choosing a particular technology, is it the option that delivers the greatest commercial rate of return over the life of the asset, or the greatest economic rate of return, or the option that most closely minimises the peak funding through cheaper and faster deployment?
We look at a range of factors, actually, Senator. We look at, as Mr. Morris said earlier, we look at upgrade paths, we look at net present value, we look at cash flow, we look at operating costs, we look at contiguous areas and therefore what DPs are doing in various areas. So there's a range of things that we take into account.
Can I contribute, Senator Chisholm, because I think that is a great question and it's the sort of discussion that the board has. So the statement of expectation is the guiding document that shapes our strategies, and you've seen that translated into the corporate plan, and the corporate plan has some headline expectations. $50 billion or $49 billion is one of them. 2020 date is another. 50 megabits per second and 25 minimum megabits per second across the continent, and a network that is fit for purpose, and that is what we're operating against. And as the CEO has indicated, it really has little room to vary or propose variations around any of those dimensions. However, if we were persuaded that there was another strategy that served the country better, however better is defined, we would make the case to the government through the minister. We don't feel inhibited about doing that. At this stage, the strategy is as captured and reflected in the corporate plan. We think it's the right one.
Yeah, but in terms of the statement of expectations and I suppose the policy that has been set out by the Liberal Party in terms of the government, it seems that it is putting a limit on, I suppose, what Mr. Morrow thinks can be achieved by the NBN. And I think if you look at the evidence that Mr. Morrow gave in March, he was quite excited about the distribution point technology, and he's had to sort of rein himself in terms of the ability of that to be rolled out across Australia.
Well, he's had to make judgments about the readiness of the technology and the ability of vendors to supply these multi-port boxes, etc., which was still in that formative stage in the early part of this year. And then he has had to form judgments where he balances, along with Stephen Rue, a whole lot of considerations, as we always do in every business. And so that's led to the plan as it's described at the moment. As I say, if down the line a view was formed that there was another path forward that made a lot more sense, however that is defined, that would be a conversation we would quickly have with the Minister.
But doesn't the government statement of expectations limit your ability to do that?
Well, the statement of expectations, as I understand it, is an important document, but it is a document that can be discussed from time to time. Is
there any plan to discuss it at the moment?
Not at the moment. It's now November. We've issued the 16-17 corporate plan, business plan, etc. As we go through the early part of 2017, in the lead up, firstly with more confidence about how the rollout is going and what the endpoint is going to look like, and in the lead up to produce an updated corporate plan, these sort of questions will be, I would say, energetically debated at the board and with our shareholder ministers.
So are you expecting the government statement of expectation to change in the next 12 months?
No, there's nothing in front of us to suggest it will change, but I do flag that if it needs to change, we will ask for it to be changed.
So when you say it's discussed from time to time, what time to time are you talking about?
Whenever there's a change, firstly, this is a field where there is change all of the time. It's one of the difficulties in being confident in future forecasts, or indeed in being confident in a lot of technical decisions without an eye to what might be coming around the corner. So if a technology arrives, or if we learn from the experiences of other telcos around the world that there are ways to continue to build that are superior to what we're currently doing, then of course we'll have a look at it. But there's nothing today that I would flag will lead to any kind of really navigational change or directional change to what we're currently doing.
Can I ask on that, would it be fair to say then that the plan is flexible to the extent that you're looking for upside opportunities to change it?
Exactly.
You don't expect changes to come along. You're confident that the technology, the knowledge you have at the moment, the plan will be delivered as it currently is set out. But what you're looking for is an awareness of what might change that allows you to do things better or more quickly.
And we respect the fact that this is an industry where there is a lot of change, and and frankly, we're all benefiting from the technical breakthroughs that are happening around us in every industry, but most particularly in this. So you cannot, for example, when the 2013 strategic plan was composed, the option of fibre to the distribution point or fibre to the curb was not realistic. 3 years later, 2 years later, all of a sudden that's becoming something well worth having a look at, and Bill Murrow and his team have done that. But again, just to maybe kind of share with you the way the board looks at this, there are very firm disciplines associated with the oversight of this company. They are often reduced to a small number of headline expectations. We have the insistence that this rollout be done by 2020. Bill has translated that into, well, we will have 8 million customers at that point. At that point, most people will have, or all will have 25 megabits per second, and 90% of the fixed footprint will be 50 megabits per second or better. We will not spend more than $50 billion. So those things are set. Fit for purpose network, deadline, number of customers, this is how much money we're going to spend. So we really don't spend a lot of time saying, we can do it, if we do this, it's going to take another 5 years, why don't we consider it? It has to be an overwhelming case for the board to entertain that, and we don't. Given our starting point and given the urgency to provide a high quality broadband network to the country, we are very focused on getting this project completed successfully and economically.
Senator Chair.
Mr. Switkowski, just in terms of the board, how many proposals from management around fibre to the distribution point have you turned down?
Senator Chisholm, it doesn't sort of work that way. My recollection is that the conversation around that technology began in the early part of this calendar year and has kind of unfolded. And the board's role has been basically to listen to management, describe how the technology works and its position on the maturity curve, and to talk about costs and the appropriateness for various parts of the network. So there's never been a situation where management has said, we recommend we do this, and the board has said, no, you can't. On the other hand, the way commercial boards and respecting the fact that NBN is a GBE, the way most boards work is that you have a continuing dialogue around these sort of issues, and by the time the board is asked to opine on a particular recommendation, it would be surprising for any board to decline the recommendation of a management team.
Thanks.
Senator Urquhart? Senator
No. Yep. Just on a different matter, I take it we still don't have that figure.
It's coming soon. And
Okay,
we're
that's
getting
fine.
bits and
I
pieces
just want
now.
to talk about it. Talk about a different matter. Now, alarm systems.
Yes.
I know that's something the NBN's been kind of working on and kind of working through the challenges that are faced by that. Just in terms of background, my understanding, and correct me if this is wrong, there are two types of alarms. There are monitored alarms that when pressed, the system dials out to an operator, like a 24-hour call monitoring facility, who then calls a designated family member and or 000. And there's non-monitored alarms. So when you press the kind of button, it automatically dials a number, be it family or 000 or whoever you've got it kind of programmed to do. And the receipt of all these receives a recorded message with the person's name, address and code to a key safe to permit access to the premises. Is that, they're two different types, that's my understanding, is that?
There's many more different types of ways in which people use the network for various alarming elements. The most common and recognized one was the first one that you had given.
Yep, and that's the older one, effectively. That's
Yes.
the older technology, which was, kind of press a button, it dials for you if you fall or something happens. Okay. Mr. Morrow, you wrote a letter to the monitoring providers to advise that services over a fibre to the node are not guaranteed to work in the event of a power outage, or that there's some challenges around that. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. When did you send that letter?
I don't recall the specifics. I can take that on notice and come back to you.
Was it this year or last year?
There was a letter that was sent this year.
Okay, it was sent this year. Again, you sent this out to a whole bunch of providers. I don't know of its existence. I don't have a copy of it. Is that something you could provide the committee with or notice?
I think we probably could. We'll certainly take that on notice and provide that.
Okay.
And Senator, that was just a reminder. We've always been clear about how things work, and often we want to take extra precaution, especially when it comes to the safety and security of people across the country.
Yep. Now, how many monitored alarm services does NBN estimate are currently active in Australia?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. Stephen, are you aware?
No, I'm not aware.
Is that a number you have but don't have with you, or is that a number you don't have?
That is a number we have, but
Oh, we don't have it with us, Senator. We would have that number.
Okay. Can you take that on notice, and can you also take on notice how many non-monitored alarm systems does NBN Gov estimate are currently active? So effectively, I want both the monitored and the non-monitored, and I don't know if you have information that's broken down to that level.
We'll look at that, Senator, sure.
Sorry?
We will look at that, certainly.
Yep. Okay. Now, in July of this year, Mr. Morrow, NBN Gov established a medical alarm subsidy scheme to assist with the migration of services to the NBN. Is that correct?
That is correct, Senator.
And is that what you were writing to these?
Well, no, that was a different matter. The letter that you're referring to that we will get you a copy of, assuming that there isn't any issues for us, or that would fall into the non-disclosure category, was different. That was just a reminder. This medical alarm scheme was just more broadly about how over-the-top players, how our retailers, and of course the portion of this that NBN Co steps in and fills in, how this works. This was in consultation with policy at the government, but something that is important for everybody and involves the entire industry.
Okay. I'll come to that consultation in a moment. Where is there information about the subsidy scheme available on the? Is it available on the website?
I believe there is information on the website. We will check for you.
Okay. And what's the estimated level of subsidy per eligible user?
We'll have to take that away, Senator.
Okay. But you've done calculations, obviously, on that. How big is the envelope for the scheme?
Again, we'll take that away, Senator. We'll
don't
take
have-
that on notice, Senator. We don't have it. I don't have it here. I'll see if I can get it, Senator. We'll take
Okay.
that on notice.
So I assume this was a decision that was made. Does these types of matters go all the way up to the board, or would this have kind of been dealt with at a more of a management level?
Senator, the whole issue of the performance and the importance of households with medical alarms is a matter that gets discussed with the board. The detailed mitigation, etc., gets worked through by management, and they'll give us periodic reports.
Okay. Mr. Rao, is that information, I don't know if it's easily available about the envelope and how much the scheme is, an average user per scheme. Is that something you can get back to us today with?
I can certainly ask, Senator, yes. By the way, there's a whole section on the website on
Yep.
this, if you wish to look.
Yeah, no, it just doesn't have information there about the questions that I had, which was about the estimated subsidy per user, which would be your internal calculations, I assume.
And Senator, the alarm scheme is not on the website, but what is there is where we encourage people to register if they have any form of alarm on it, just so we're aware as we go through the rollout, to be sure, as the chairman said, we address safety as one of our top priorities.
Okay, so I know some of the information that we'd love to have today is Mr. Rao, the funding envelope and the average subsidy per scheme that we anticipate.
Now, I just have a question on alarms.
Sure, do you want, I've got more on alarms.
Oh, okay, no, when you finish that,
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
you go.
Yeah, we're happy to.
You might answer it.
Okay, is the subsidy?
Or he might get answered in the course of his, yeah.
Okay, so is the subsidy provided to the user or their monitored alarm company?
Is it the alarm company?
Okay, so the alarm company. Okay, explain to me how it works. Can you actually, Mr. Morrow, perhaps make more sense, because
at a high level.
I don't have one of these things, so they're new to me. How is it, and what's the challenge?
Yeah, so obviously, when you start changing the technology from the previous copper voice-based system
Yep.
that had technology that was built over it to be able to offer that sort of monitoring and reporting capability. When we come through with new technology, some of it works on the other end of the modem, and sometimes it doesn't. So instead, what we felt is that given the proliferance of mobile devices and the mobile carriers' wireless coverage, that probably is in fact a better technology to use, because it obviously roams even beyond the house where our network is. And recognizing that the cost of that might be a bit more, we agreed that we would subsidize that portion of the cost to where the end user does not see the increase, gets a better service, and therefore does not require us to adapt our technology or the services to be able to provide something at an equivalent level.
Now, my understanding, and again, this could be incorrect, I'm going based on a few media reports, so please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong about this, that there's the non-monitored medical alarm services aren't part of the scheme or are not eligible for access to your scheme. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And I understand the reason that NBN's given publicly for this is that the subsidy scheme, because the NBN termed it would be guided by the Australian standard AS 4607. So there is an Australian standard in this space. NBN Co, as I understand, and again, just correct me if I'm wrong here, Mr. Morrow, has looked at the Australian standard A6 4607 on personal response systems and said that because this fits outside the Australian system, it won't be part of our subsidy scheme.
Well, I'm sure that there's a lot of factors as to what qualifies and what doesn't. The first and foremost is we look to make sure that everybody is safe, and second, we ensure that we are compliant with policy issued by the government, and then third, just what is reasonable. And we have taken all of that into account in the decision as to what qualifies and what doesn't. Naturally, there will always be companies interested in, is there something else that perhaps we can pay for them to be able to continue or enhance their business, but we have to draw the line somewhere.
Okay. And the line you've drawn is the standard A64607.
I'm not, the team has the details on that. I'm not sure that that would be a correct statement, so
Okay.
I'm happy to check if
Okay.
that's what you'd like.
Okay.
Can I just ask one thing, Mr. Rees? Indicated that there was information on the website. Is that on about the medical alarm register or the alarm subsidy
The register.
scheme?
Register.
It's just that,
The
yeah.
registry.
So there's nothing about the subsidy
Correct.
on the yeah. I couldn't find anything.
Yeah. Okay. Now, this is but at this point in time, okay. So the standard, Mr. Morrow, and again, I'm not expecting you to be an expert on Australian standards. A64607 was the standard that hasn't been updated since 1999. That was the last time that standard was updated, which was, 17 or so years ago now. And that was well before reliable smart dial technology was introduced into non-monitored alarms. And my understanding of your scheme is it doesn't extend to non-monitored alarms.
Again, I'm not certain, Senator, whether or not it is that particular document you're quoting that defines what we do and don't do in terms of offering the subsidy. I'm happy to have that looked into if you would like, but again, as I said before.
Well, Mr. Morrow, my understanding, and again, very happy for you to take this, is that broadly your evidence is at some point you draw the line.
Indeed.
Previous information that's been provided on the public record has been that the reason you've drew the line where it was because of the Australian standard. You can check that. And the observation I'm making, and I'm in the frame of a question, is that the standard that you've used related to a standard that was set 17 years ago, and that perhaps it's time for review. But the final decision maker, when you said about where you draw the line, Mr. Morrow, does that rest with NBN? I mean, Mr. Switkowski seemed to be of the view, fairly enough, that the board sets the parameters and the implementation is done at an executive level. So that final line about what is and isn't out of the subsidy scheme, was that made at an executive level?
It is, assuring that, again, all elements are compliant. The board insists that management naturally hold to its ethical and legal obligations that we have within the country and as a corporation, and particularly as a GBE. I was just looking at a note that said that we are guided by the document that you refer to, naturally, as you would. But guided by means that, therefore, we take latitude that may be more liberal or more generous than what that guideline is.
Minister, Mr. Morrow indicated earlier in the evidence he was giving, I think in passing he mentioned that these things were made in consultation, I think was the term that you used. What was the consultation process about who would and wouldn't get this subsidy scheme?
Well, I'll ask NBN officers to talk to the consultation that they engage in. Obviously, I receive briefing notes on a range of subjects from time to time. I have received briefing notes in relation to the medical alarm subsidy scheme and the medical alarm register.
Yep.
But there may well have been elements of this which were in place prior to me assuming office, but I'm happy for officers to talk to the consultation that they engaged in, whether that included the department, for instance.
I mean, so, Minister, are you aware that the scheme as it currently exists does not extend to the non-monitored alarms?
Yep, I am.
Okay, and when were you made aware of that?
I couldn't tell you precisely, but it would have been, at least Well, I won't put a time frame on it, but for quite some time. Yeah.
Did you know prior to the implementation of the scheme or after the scheme was implemented?
Well, I'll just ask NBN when the scheme came into being.
The scheme has been discussed with the Department of Communications and Arts for some time, but as you pointed out, recently it was concluded, but so it would have been happening over the last 6 to 12 months
So when was it set up? July.
of this year. Is that right?
So the scheme was available from July.
There was a form of policy that we had taken prior to that, and then working with the industry, and also in discussions with the Department of Communications, we concluded that earlier this year.
So, Minister, were you aware before July, before the implementation of the scheme or after?
Oh, look, I'd have to check.
Okay. Mr. Morrow,
Yes.
were you in touch with the department before or after the implementation of the scheme about what would be included in the scheme?
I was not personally involved in it, Senator,
Sure.
but I can be certain that there was discussions before.
Okay.
in
So
terms
the
of
department was advised, and was the minister's office advised, or the department, or how?
Normally, we rely on the department to have that communication with the minister's office, so it's possible to.
When we say department, so it was consulted in the development of who is and isn't included in this, correct?
I would think that's natural. I'd like to have a chance to confirm that, but that seems reasonable.
And you're
to me.
saying the basis that you took for this, largely, maybe not exclusively, largely, was A6 4607, which is the standard,
Guided by.
guided by. Right? Minister, you can understand the concerns here that many elderly or low-income consumers would opt for a non-monitored solution instead of a monitored solution because, as my understanding, again, I don't have one of these, is that the non-monitored solution is the cheaper option between a non-monitored and a monitored solution.
Look, I'm aware of the issues that have been raised by some of the organisations that sell non-monitored alarms.
And you'd agree that both monitored and non-monitored are designed to save and protect lives. Obviously, that's the purpose of these devices, correct?
Not non-monitored alarms. The purpose for which they're used is up to the person who chooses them. They could be
Sure.
They could be used for an array of circumstances.
But the basic use of these is obviously for, used by and as they're marketed for elderly and older Australians living at home in many cases, or those with serious disabilities, so they can live at home alone in private kind of scenarios. I mean, these are matters of fact, correct?
Sure, I would assume that those devices are used when people need to indicate they require assistance.
Minister,
And I've just been advised that the register was announced in March 2014.
Yes.
Understand?
Yep.
Yep.
So the register was in March 2014, but the scheme itself,
Yep. And
2 years later.
And then the scheme is separate to that. Yeah.
But the scheme did begin in September of 2015.
Minister, the parameters of this scheme, the subsidy scheme, which has been guided by a standard which has not been updated for 17 years, and with a scope that doesn't account for the standard, it strikes me, to be frank, the standard and standards that get set by governments and all governments are perhaps not the most up-to-date or don't necessarily move as fast as technology moves in this space. But it doesn't account for the new regime. Minister, I don't understand why two different types of technology that would be used for a very similar purpose, where one technology is a cheaper technology because of the nature of its automation, doesn't receive eligibility for a subsidy scheme, where another technology does. And if you're saying to me, Minister, it's something that you're aware of or that's been raised with you or that you know about, what's the government doing about it?
Well, I'm aware of the issue. As I say, it's one that has been raised by the people who sell non-monitored medical alarms. NBN's medical alarm register is designed to ensure that they have the best possible information about who has alarms and the circumstances in which they have them. NBN do have the subsidy scheme. As Mr Morrow's indicated, there are different factors that go into determining eligibility, and the Australian standard is one of those. Obviously, NBN doesn't set the Australian standard in these matters, and NBN has been having ongoing discussions with those who have concerns.
Okay. Minister.
I'm intending as well to have ongoing discussions. I've corresponded with those who've raised these issues. I'll still be talking to them. So NBN hasn't been absolutely definitive about the subsidy scheme, as Mr Morrow said. Circumstances are looked at.
Okay, Minister.
Senator, just before you go on, it's just a bit after 9:45. I just remind all senators that Dr Switkowski is only available until 10. So if there are any further questions that you do want to ask in his presence, then just giving you that opportunity.
There was some Switkowski that comes from that figure, which I think we'll have to do on notice.
And could I just add perhaps a little bit more data for you, Senator, on this? So we know the alarm industry has suggested there's about 300,000 of these types of alarms around the country. We are pleading with people to get registered. That way it can be managed between us and the retailers and that alarm provider. We have about 170,000 people that have registered thus far. So again, that's why you see a lot of communication out asking for people to be able to
Mr.
please
Morrow,
register.
our concern, and again, I think this is kind of above politics here, is that there's two different types of technology here. I'm sure there's many different types, but there seems to be two main types of technology. One type of technology is eligible for the scheme, the subsidy scheme, as it's currently being created. One type of technology is not. The nature of the two types of technology appear to be, and I'm generalising here, the non-monitored tends to be the cheaper of the two options, and the anecdotal evidence is that is the type that is used by perhaps those on lower incomes who are struggling, who would, again, I'm making some broader assumptions here, the type of people who would be more in need of a subsidy or the assistance of a subsidy than others. And I guess the question I would say is Minister, on the 13th of October 2016, you were asked questions about this on a radio interview with 5AA in Adelaide, with Mr. Leon, I think, is it Bayer or Bayer?
Bayer.
Leon Bayer. And Biner, sorry, my apologies. And at that point in time, you had a discussion with him about this. You've given evidence that you've also been aware of this as an ongoing issue. It seems that the evidence is that this is a subsidy scheme that has been developed by NBN Co in consultation with the department using government standards, guided by government standards.
No. The Australian standards are not sent by the Department of Communications.
So
Australian standards are something that apply across a range of portfolios. In fact, I'm not even sure that Australian standards, our standard to be corrected, is a government body. There are various standard settings. Various standard settings. Bodies.
That wasn't where I was going with the question.
Government hasn't set the standard. NBN, across a range of internal NBN policies, consults with stakeholders, and the Department of Communications obviously is a stakeholder.
Well, Minister, have you called on or asked the NBN Co, and again, I don't know where your powers do or don't lie in this, to extend the subsidy scheme to include non-monitored alarms?
I haven't asked NBN to do that. I have asked for information to better inform myself about how the scheme will operate. It's something that I continue to seek advice on, and in relation to some of the issues that you've raised, Senator Dastiari, about what are the profiles of people who use different sorts of technologies. As I say, it's something that continues to be raised with me. It's something that I seek advice on, and we're happy to come back to the committee with further information that addresses some of the questions that you've raised.
Dr. Switkowski, maybe before you go, this is a kind of final question again. This is going to show my ignorance here, so I apologise for this. In terms of directions that can be provided by government on these matters, I assume you take requests from government from a public policy perspective, as any corporation would, quite seriously, correct?
Of course.
Does the government have the power to give a direction, for instance, that a subsidy scheme should be extended, or is that outside where their power? I genuinely don't know how the interaction works.
Look, I'm sure they have the power, but I'm not sure that it would ever we'd ever get to a position where the government would say, I've heard what your argument is, just do it. There are often issues where you have those discussions and you always end up at the right spot between the two parties. So it's not a question of what the government's power is, in my mind.
Okay. Well, look, I think we've... you sure? Do you want to jump on this?
Just before I ask the main question I was going to ask, just how is the subsidy applied? What is it applied against?
So we typically know what the incremental cost would be for the mobile carrier to provide that service to the alarm company. So we therefore give the alarm company this portion of the subsidy, depending on how many bona fide registered people that are having the monitored alarms.
That's because with a monitored system, there's ongoing monthly costs of applying. Just quickly Googling the non-monitored ones, often there's an initial setup cost, but then there's you can get ones where there's no non-ongoing monthly cost.
No,
Could that be part of the thinking, or is it?
Clearly, the problem is you get into a massive grey area of auto dialers. Who's to say that my auto dialer that I just have in my house, when I yell out on a voice response call, Johnny, does that suddenly get into an unmonitored situation that NBN needs to subsidize the cost of converting that auto dialer capability? So this is just one example of many that the team have to go through.
It's not a simple thing of monitored and non-monitored. There are a complex sort of range of arrangements that actually work across the range of both of them. Some will have ongoing costs, some won't. It's not a simple thing that there's non-monitored and monitored, two types of technology, and why are we subsidising one and not the other?
Indeed, and we know that both from the ministers, the government, from the board, safety is paramount on all of this. There's a lot of attention, a lot of discussion, a lot of precaution taken on this. Again, I think we're into a different area on the end of the curve here of what really constitutes subsidizing somebody for the change in the network.
Okay. Now, coming back to my broader question, which was, it's true, is it not, that this first became an issue under the previous government when it announced its broad NBN plan of fibre to the premises? But that the issue of the register, the subsidy, all of that's happened under this government, as this government has looked at the issue of how you deal with medical alarms and deal with that appropriately in the way that you've outlined.
That is my understanding as well, Senator.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Can I just to finish up, just following on one more kind of question thing?
Yes.
So Minister, I just wanted to get some clarification on this. When did you become aware of the scheme? To your recollection, you're obviously aware of the scheme now. When did you become aware of the scheme?
Well, the scheme has been in place since September 2015, which is about the time I became the minister. So I can't tell you precisely when, but issues come to you day by day. So there would have been a point fairly early in my time as minister that I would have become aware of the scheme, but I can't tell you
Okay.
precisely
So, Minister, you were aware of the scheme before its implementation on the 1st of July?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. And so when you say September 2015, the scheme came to... Sorry, I thought the subsidy scheme came into place on the 1st of July.
There was a scheme that was in that we constantly are updating and trying
Yeah.
to get people to register as we learn more
Okay.
and more about
So the registration process started in 2014?
Well, September 2015, again, this scheme came into effect. It's been known for some time, since the beginning of NBN, that there was going to be an alarming issue that had to be dealt with. But again, at that point, there wasn't much happening in terms of the number of homes that were on NBN at the time.
Mr. Morrow, if it's been and again, this is something I'm new to, if it's been a known issue for a long period of time, and this issue with monitored and non-monitored alarms seems to have been come up before, and again, going through some of the media clippings and whatnot, it's obviously a point of contention. How has it not been fixed?
Well, it has been fixed, Senator. I mean, I think this is the point of difference here, that, remember, with the alarm standard, the difference between monitored and non-monitored, and the way I think that you're referring to this is the monitored alarms require a 40 hours backup in a power outage.
Yeah.
And that's the reason, without us putting a battery unit inside the home next to a fiber to the prem NTD, then if you don't have that, then you aren't providing that equivalent of service. And remember, the old telephone voice system had the battery backup in the exchange, so you didn't need local power in the house.
Okay. Is that why when there was a blackout, your phone would keep working?
That's correct.
Okay. I wasn't aware of
And
that.
fiber to the prem changed all of that as soon as NBN kind of came along. And
Fair
now,
enough.
when we look at the monitoring, what we have said is a more clever approach is to rely on the mobile phones, which obviously have a large degree of battery backup already within it, and the mobile carriers already have a network that's set up to be able to deal with that. So that's the reason why the mobile solution has its attractions. And I said something earlier I want to make sure that I don't mislead the committee on. In terms of the subsidy, it is for the installation, the initial hardware. It's not for the ongoing cost that the alarm company pays the carrier. It's just to subsidize that initial get it set up to where you have the equivalent in terms of this with the battery backup as they had before.
And Mr. Morrow, who signed off on the decision?
In terms of what?
Who'd be eligible and not be eligible?
Would be within management. I'll take the responsibility for that.
Okay, so you signed off on who doesn't get it.
Yep.
And Minister, you're saying that, sorry, the subsidy scheme itself, and again, my information here, I thought the register was around, but the subsidies weren't being available to 1st of July. That's not the case. Subsidies were available from September 2015.
The scheme went into effect in September of 2015. When the actual subsidies started to pay, I'm happy to take that on notice and come back for it.
And Minister, you're saying you were aware of both, well, the scheme from around the time you became Minister?
I assume it would have been, relatively early in my time as Minister, but I can't tell you an exact.
But definitely prior to...
I can't tell you an exact month.
But definitely prior to the 1st of July?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I just maybe contribute in terms of, because I've been at it longer than others at this table. When the government changed and the management changed in September of 2013, the state of the network development was early, and there were many, many issues. And while there was a kind of a low-level appreciation of two issues, medical alarms and the consequences of the disconnection process, there were no solutions in place and there were no processes in place. As I say, perhaps understandable given higher priorities at that point. Very early on, the then Minister of Communications said, medical alarms, we've got to start out understanding the nature of the problem. So data were collected, and in March, I'm reminded, a register was set up. And what we discovered firstly was that there was a large number of different technologies at work, and that the industry was itself not that well organised, and it was unclear how each of the technologies were going to transition into an NBN world. And so from that point, and at that point the feeling was there were between 200,000 and 300,000 residences that might be affected. There was no, even at that point, there was no clear understanding that a wireless alternative would be the preferred solution as it's turned out to be, as it's turning out to be in many areas for emergency backup. So since then, so March, Bill arrived in April, and the management team has worked their way through talking to the equipment suppliers, to the households, evaluating different technologies, and also determining the level of costs that will be associated with appropriate subsidies to ensure the transition. And as we're finding with the disconnection process, to ensure that the performance leaves nobody behind, because there is this very high concern for the safety and the well-being of people who are, as you've described, already in a often difficult circumstance.
They're vulnerable.
So that's the way it's gone.
It's the nature of people who have these things.
Yeah, so it's sort of gone from Bill's arrival into being designed into a process. Technology choices have been made. I recall, although not the number, a proposal coming to the board indicating that the cost of the scheme and the transition for these households would be some number of millions of dollars. The department were involved, and they were informed as to the cost and what was happening. And frankly, since the end of 2015, I haven't followed it very closely, but it sounds like progress continues to be made.
All right, well, look, I think this is an ongoing kind of issue, and we can understand why from a public kind of safety and whatnot perspective, there'd be concern around this, and I think we've covered it quite well, Chair.
Dr. Switkowski, I believe I can see you packing your papers up. It is now just slightly past 10 o'clock, so thank you very much for assisting us today, and we may well see you at another one in future. We'll see. But thank you very much for your assistance today. And just one final question on the alarm, if I may. Mr. Morrow, you mentioned that you'd actually interact with the people who are on the register.
Yes.
And is that to try and find a tailored solution to deal with their needs? Or?
We just want to be sure that if we know that they have a monitored alarm, we can take the necessary steps to inform them.
Okay, so you're only dealing with people with monitored alarms in that?
It's that fall into this classification.
Yeah, okay. So the register is only for monitored alarms?
That's predominantly monitored alarms. Now, again, we get people that may register and say, I think I'm on a monitored alarm, but it's not technically falls into this category.
Okay.
And the whole point is to make sure that they're therefore informed before we come out and offer their service on NBN, that they work with their alarm provider to make this choice. We inform the alarm providers, and we inform the retailers that these are the people. And many things have improved and changed to where the industry is far more collaborative about protecting the safety and security of these people.
Okay, thank you. Senator Urquhart.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks. I've got some questions around the Sky Muster. I just want to talk about the capacity of Sky Muster and in terms of the growing needs of regional Australia, particularly with businesses and businesses increasing their use of technology. So does it have enough capacity, and what are your estimates for that?
As you recall, Senator, when the design was built for satellite and those people that would receive satellite, it was assumed that the majority would use 12 megabits per second, and it would be far better than what anybody was receiving today. There was a lot of assumptions made back in 2009 and 2010 in terms of the amount of capacity that would be needed, depending on the area, depending on a number of other factors. The satellite was built and designed to be able to offer that. Satellite constraint is basically you have a fixed amount of speed or bits per second that can run at its maximum at any given time. What we did a couple years ago with the permission of the government is to repurpose the second satellite that was just recently launched to almost double the capacity, therefore, to these people, because we can see a demand that will be greater than what the initial design had allowed for. Now, the reality is, Senator, that the cost per prem on average is about $8,000 to be able to cover the roughly 400,000 homes that these two satellites will oversee, which is quite expensive, more expensive than any other technology option available, or more than we use around the country, and that $8,000 is less expensive than any other choice that we have about providing broadband service to these homes and businesses. What we do know is that as a result of that constrained capacity, it is going to be different than those people that live in the capital cities and sit on a fixed line business. That is a fact of life that was always foreseen to be from the get-go of the design of NBN and still remains the case today. We have eased that pain with the doubling of capacity with repurposing the second satellite, and we are constantly looking at technology enhancements of on-the-ground equipment that can even give greater capacity than what these two satellites can provide.
What sort of enhancements?
Well, so you can, on the way the satellite is built, it's divided into 101 beams that kind of target a particular area. We think there might be enhancements that we can do to get actually more efficiency out of those beams, new modems that might offer some enhancements. We can look at what we call caching information. If you're a Netflix user and there's a common show that's often watched, then we can download that at an off-peak time, put it on your box in your house, and therefore you're not relying on the satellite network at the time of busy hour when other people are using it for other things. So we're constantly looking to see how we can expand that capacity, but it does have its limits, and those limits are more so than the fixed line network.
Okay. So have you done any estimates on what the increase might be? Or the required increase for, you know, as I said, growing businesses? And
Well, it's one is you have to predict what you think the future demand will be,
Yeah.
which is, you know, almost a guess.
Yeah.
And then two, in terms of the early stages of looking at this, it'd be too early to kind of quote a number, but we do believe we can get more capacity and materially more than what's there today with what these scientists are telling how they can modify the equipment to perhaps get more capacity.
Okay, great. So I know that there's been some discussions around the use of the Skymaster satellite data on Qantas aircraft. What percentage of the overall data will be allocated under that agreement that you've got with Qantas?
Yeah, well, so it's not an allocation of data that we would offer for aviation-based services. It's only the use of idle capacity when it's sitting there not being used at all.
Right.
Our intent is that the priority services is for the ground-based homes and businesses that are targeted with satellite. And if they're using all the capacity and a plane flies through that beam, then the plane doesn't get any sort of internet connectivity. If, however, there's available an idle capacity, then the plane can download or upload depending.
Right, okay. So there's no agreement for the amount of data that Qantas can use. It's just if they happen to fly around and not everyone's using it. So it may depend on the time of day or...
That's correct. This is actually why it's a very favorable thing for the nation. Doesn't take away anything from anybody else because of that priority scheme. It allows anybody that is traveling to be more productive, to be more engaged, to be more connected while they're up in the air. It's an asset that is already spent by taxpayer money, so it's just a wonderful use of that asset.
Okay. Is NBN anticipating similar deals with other airlines?
Well, it wouldn't be us directly with it. So we, as you know, we're set up to be a wholesaler, and then retailers in turn sell to others. And so if we do this, it would be going through a third-party company where we would set up all of the arrangements. They would in turn have a contract relationship with Qantas now, or any other airline. And now it is potential that the airline could say, I want a retailer contract with NBN to where I can be a retailer of NBN's broadband services using this data service in the sky, but that's up to them. So we stay out of the direct connection with the end user consumer.
So in terms of the deal with Qantas, if I can use that term, how did that come about, given that you can't guarantee any data for the passengers? How can you then sell data to Qantas? How does that work?
Because we sell what they use, not, and their statistics.
So it's on a user pays basis, is that how it operates?
Well, it depends on how, again, we'll sell to the retailer, what they sell to Qantas is up to them.
Right.
But remember, statistically, there's going to be a whole lot of data. These airplanes fly quite fast and go through the beams pretty quickly, so even if one beam is prioritized for the homes down below it, goes to the next beam, there might be capacity available. And for many people on the airplane, you wouldn't notice the difference because it's flying so fast through these beams. And again, this is something where scientists and statisticians have been involved to say it's still a viable service for aviation, and it's still nothing that will detract from those people on the ground.
Yeah, okay. So I guess just to be really clear, because I mean there's been a number of issues through media where there's been concerns raised, and I'll quote the New South Wales Farmers Walker chapter, raised some real concerns about that. So you haven't set aside any of that capacity simply for use for airlines?
That is correct.
Okay. So if an airline's flying through and using some of that capacity, how do you know then that it's not affecting the on-the-ground people?
Because monitoring is taking place on a regular basis above.
Right. And how is that monitored?
We can see the data flow that goes through our ground stations and the
Yeah.
equipment that's in the field.
And then how do you control that?
Because there's an allocation based on almost like an IP address that says, okay, this one looks like it's getting congested, stop sending it down this address, only focus and let it go to these other IP addresses. And that's where their aviation during that beam would get shut off, but the data would continue to flow for all else.
But given that, as you said earlier, planes fly so fast, how is that going to be managed?
Because the electronics and the processors operate in millispeeds, microsecond speed
So it's all
capability.
electronically
Yeah.
monitored?
It is, yes.
Can I ask how many premises are currently connected to the Skymaster service?
Roughly 60,000 connections are now on SkyMuster.
60,000.
Is that right, Stephen?
Let me answer that in 1 second, Senator, if you don't mind.
Yep.
That's
okay.
total bill.
Yep, okay, so I'll come back to that, Mr Roo. What's the current customer experience metric, the CEM for Skymaster?
I'm sorry, what are you asking?
The current customer experience metric for Skymaster, what's the current?
A customer experience metric, I'm not sure what,
You don't know what that is?
no. We have a customer experience metric that is
So you don't
for
have
our
a separate,
RSPs.
you don't have a separate CEM for Skymaster?
I don't know what CEM is, Senator. Again, we use that for our retailers to gauge. We look at NPS and overall satisfaction and what their experience was like on installation, but nothing to the tune of CEM.
Right, okay.
Senator, it's about 45,000 people.
45,000.
Can you break that up by state? Or?
We could look
We
at that.
can. We can provide that on notice if you like.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so you don't have a customer experience metric at all? You don't know what that is? You don't use it? It's the retailers that...
No, we have a CEM
Yeah.
that monitor what our retailers think of us and the service we provide to
Yes,
them.
yes.
We try to suss out and monitor what the end user feels about the satellite service, and that's where we use a metric called NPS, and we use an overall satisfaction scores. Those things that we do look at that we'll go out and poll and ask people their opinion of.
Okay. Right, so can you tell me how many dropouts each day are considered as meeting an acceptable customer service standard on the Skymaster service by NBN? How many dropouts do you expect is a reasonable, acceptable measure?
Well, we don't want any dropouts to occur for anybody,
No,
however.
I'm not
Yeah,
suggesting you do, Mr
know.
Morrow. It's just a question about,
I understand.
obviously they happen. When does that start to ring alarm bells for NBN?
Yeah, no, so we have a number of different measures that we put in place about standards of what fault rates actually occur. And for the satellite service, I don't recall the specific offhand as to, I can find that for you very quickly though, in
Okay.
terms of what the target actually is.
Yep, okay. So when did NBN Co's satellite service improvement program begin?
Satellite improvement program. So with any technology, when we roll it out that's new, there's always a maturity curve that you have to follow. And this satellite that we've put up above Australia is a first of its kind. No one else has ever done this. So it was new in so many different respects. While the engineers and the scientists can design as much as they can at the desktop before this stuff gets built and actually deployed, there are always going to be issues. We put in monitors and monitoring capability to have early detection on it. And as we began to load up these customers, which the demand has been much greater than what we had expected, which is good news, unfortunately, it has actually started to creak the system. The foundations, cracks in the foundations started to emerge, and that's when we involved the equipment carriers, our third-party suppliers, to be able to help resolve those quite quickly. And that improvement has been steady the last couple of weeks. We think it is back within the levels that we would expect, Senator. But I will acknowledge that there were issues. September was a bad month in terms of experience for the people on our long-term SkyMuster satellite service. But the good news is that a lot of that has been addressed. We are hearing positive commentary coming from the retailers. We see it in the metrics that we monitor from an end-user point of view.
So do you have, I mean, obviously you said September was a bad time, but when do you really start to think this is just really bad number of dropouts? We really need to deal with this. When does that
again,
sort of
I think
start to
that
flag an interest?
the specific threshold on this, I don't have that hand on it, but we monitor this. The executive and I monitor it on a weekly basis. The teams responsible are monitored on a daily, even an hourly basis behind this. When you look at the month of September, there was a case to where there was at least on average 3 dropouts per customer in the month of September. That is flat out unacceptable.
3?
3, yes, on average. And that the outage time was between, close to an hour or even longer before that network would come up. So this is where testing the system, trying to understand what was going on, bringing the people that manufactured and designed this in with us. They identified a number of different root causes behind it, which those fixes have gone in. And when we went from September to October, it was far better. And then as we look at even the early signs of November, it is back within the threshold to where it is not an outage a month. It is an outage every 4 to 6 months sort of thing. And that is continuing to get better and better as we go forward. So we know the experience is better. We know that there were problems that were created for the end users. We have deep regret over that for all of those people, and particularly the retailers that are quite small in those areas. Their calls were coming in much greater than what their call centers can handle. We offered relief there and had the calls diverted to our call centers to be able to handle that. We want everybody to have a wonderful experience on this, but the fact of the matter is, new technology, uncharted territory, we're going to see this thing experience. It is a quick detection and an immediate response that's really critical for us. The good news, again, as I said, is this continues to get better and better.
Yeah. So I understand that you have a satellite service improvement program. NBN has
Yes,
one
that's
of those.
correct.
When did that begin?
In September, when we started seeing the data.
Yep. Okay. So was that because of the problems that were created? That was when it started?
Indeed, yes.
Yep, okay. So how many people are working on that program?
It's not an amount of people, it's an organization that's responsible for it. That is roughly, the total organization is close to 2,000 people, and they're very focused on this. We take this quite serious. Those people obviously have other responsibilities than just satellite.
Right, okay. Where are they located?
Between Melbourne and Sydney, and a few scattered out across the nation.
Yep. And just in terms of that program, what are the main issues that have been identified?
So it's not any one particular issue. We've had
what are the main issues?
So one of the key routers and controllers within the network system wasn't able to handle the volume and the capacity coming through. There were issues within the modems that were in the customer premises, that the software within those modems were not allowing it to reboot as quick as what it should have. That's the syncing back with the ground station and the satellite equipment. All of these issues, again, have since been corrected, and that's where we see the massive improvement in performance.
Okay. So the action that's been taken has resolved a lot of those issues?
Indeed, yes. It's a very thorough process about assessing the root cause, and then what are the countermeasures to be able to address those root causes and how quick we can get them in, and then the testing thereafter to be sure everything is up and working properly.
Okay. Now, you talked a minute ago about the call centre and dealing with the problems. Have NBN Gov made any changes to the call centre to deal with those problems? And what are they? What are the
So typically if there's a service outage, you call your retailer because that's the way the system is set up. The retailer will be informed if there's an NBN Gov-related issue and or if it's something to do with their network, their provisioning, or their service level that they offer. And in this particular case, because the demand was much greater than what we had expected, the outages were much greater than what we had expected. The retailers in these areas, again, are typically quite small. They're not the big volume Telstras, for example, to be able to handle that sort of thing. So that's when we stepped in and said, all right, listening to the concerns, recognizing we want everybody to be happy and be informed, we allocated a portion of our call center to be able to deal directly with these satellite-related calls to inform the end users to what is happening and to keep them up to date.
Okay. So I understand you set up a regional support team that was established in your call centre. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what?
A regional support team was set up within your call centre?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And when was that set up? Was that around that September time?
It was last month, I believe, that it was put together, last month, yeah.
Yep. Okay. So October.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. And how many people work in that team?
I don't know the exact number.
Sorry?
I don't know the exact number.
Can you...
Remember, Senator, it's a call center that takes calls in a lot of different areas that has...
But if you've got a regional support team that's been set up last month,
yes,
you must have a number of dedicated people to that team.
But again, they share workload, Senator. Again, a technician or a consultant that's in there may be working on this for 80% of the time and something else for 20% of the time. There, I'm sure, are a number of dedicated people that are also in there, but the point is that we're willing to take the calls, and we are handling all the calls that are coming through.
Yeah, no, I understand that, Mr. Morrow, but if last month you've set up a regional support team, how does that differ from just having a call centre if you've specially set up a team?
We dedicate a portion of the call centre to say
okay,
this is now...
So roughly how many people
I don't know,
that?
Senator. Would you like me to take that on notice?
Yes, please. Yes. I just want to just take you back to the customer experience metric. So you said you didn't know what that was?
No, Senator, I said the customer experience metric is something that we monitor the retailer's opinion of their service that we get. I do know very much what that is.
Right, okay. So can you tell me what the current customer experience metric is for SkyMuster and why that's been set as the target? What is that target?
Senator, again, customer experience metric is for retailers. That does not relate to LTSS. It's an aggregate of all the retailers giving us a question on a survey. Can I ask, Senator, to be able to help maybe what I'm going to guess of what you're interested in? If we do monitor the opinion of the end users using the satellite. Is that what you're interested in? Because that's not a customer experience metric. That's a different terminology that's used in this. So I want to help you and get you the answers that you're looking for. And this is back to what we call net promoter score, overall satisfaction.
My understanding is that the customer experience metric is a measure of retail and wholesale services that provide customers with their experience of NBN.
No, that's incorrect.
That's not right?
That is incorrect.
Then why is that written in your annual report?
Because the customer experience metric is against what our retailers are telling us of what their experience it is. It is not of what
I'm reading from your annual report, Mr. Morrow, that says the customer experience metric is a measure of retail and wholesale service providers' customers' experience with NBN.
Yes, that is correct.
So that is correct.
That's
Sorry, I thought you just
exactly what I
said
said
no.
earlier.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
Senator, let me explain, because again, I think that there's some confusion on this. We have retailers that resell NBN service. We want to know what their opinion is of us in terms of the service that we provide to them so they can in turn have a good business. Those retailers have wholesalers as well that they turn around and resell the reselling of the service. That's all that CEM is dealing with. It does not ask the end user question at all. So therefore, it's carved out. Think of it only as the direct relationship that we have, which is not with an end user, only with those companies that are reselling the service. So that's all that report is.
So you deal with the retailer rather than with the customer, and they deal with you rather than them dealing. So that metric is the bridge between you and the retailer.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So is there a target for SkyMuster in terms of the customer experience metric?
No. because that's not what we would monitor with the retailers. But we do have, a target for...
So is it not set at 6.9 at the moment?
It is, but
That's
Senator...
your target?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
So is that's out of 10?
I think it's well benchmarked on there. 6.7 is actually a very high score. Typically, you very seldom
Sorry, I'm
see
just trying to
anybody...
understand. It is out of 10, so it's a score out of
No, it's
10?
I believe it's even out of 8. It's
8.
possible that it's 10, but I'm happy to go back and look at that and provide you with some information.
6.9 out of 8, you think?
Again, let me come back to you and tell you what that is against. We benchmark against that. These are happy people, happy companies dealing with NBN. That's a dramatic improvement from where we've been over the last couple of years.
So in terms of the annual report, the 2015-16 says that you have 600 field technicians activating homes. So is that still correct? Is that the current number?
Stephen, I suspect it's higher now.
It would have gone up since then, Senator, because the actual network's gone up and the activations have gone up, so it will be more than that.
Do you know how many?
I
Do you know
don't
what
have
that
that
number
here.
is?
I can find out.
Can you
Senator.
find that? Great. So is NBN still expecting that it'll take up to 2020 for you to connect the 240,000 premises to Sky Muster?
Ultimately, it gets up to the 240,000.
Yeah, so that's still the number for
Correct.
2020?
Yes.
Okay. So I know that there's a
In
number...
2020, there's a period after, Stephen, correct me on this if I'm wrong, that 2020 is when everybody gets built, I think, and there's a period of time thereafter that it gets up to the full allocation of what we expect the take-up rate to be there. I don't believe that's...
It's in the corporate plan. Let me just...
Well, while you're asking this question, if Stephen
Yeah,
just
sure,
verify
okay.
that.
So I know that there's been a number of complaints that we've actually heard reports saying that people have had problems with data usage and customers using much higher amounts of data than they expected. I guess you're aware of that. So does NBN monitor the data usage on the Sky Muster service? And if you do, how do you do that?
I'm sure. With the Layer 2 service that we provide, we can see how much consumption is going on a per end user basis. This is what I've reported on a number of times, that when you look at the average download across all of NBN services, which is 1.5 million customers, the average is 135 gigabytes per end user per month.
So you don't separate the Sky Musters?
And we
down?
can see the difference
can.
between the technologies, yes.
Okay.
And this is why it's really important, I think, that when you think about what the Sky Muster users can have versus this average, if you pull out some of these extreme high users, that average falls back into 75, 80 gigabytes a month. And the way Sky Muster is set up, people can actually get close to that depending on what the rate plan is with their retailer.
So have any of the retail service providers raised issues with NBN Gov about the data usage issues?
No, I mean, they're well aware of what the constraints are, and,
But
everybody...
you've not had any retailers
There's been no complaints,
raise
no.
that with you? Okay. Do all the retail service providers have their own data counters, or do they rely on you providing that for them?
I would suspect they have their own counters.
You don't know, though?
I don't know, no.
Can you take that on notice?
To ask the retailers if they do count that?
If they do, yeah. Or whether they rely on your data?
Well, happy to ask. If they don't want to provide it, it's up to them, but I'm happy to ask.
Yeah. So,
Now, Senator Urquhart,
Yeah.
we're due for a break in about a minute.
yeah.
If you've got 2 or 3 minutes worth of questions, we can do
I've got only
that.
2 or 3 left on Sky
And then we can finish that.
Yep.
And then
Yep.
but otherwise we'll break
Yeah,
it
I'm
into...
happy
Okay.
to just try and
Okay,
finish
thank
this
you.
up quickly. So do you know if there's been any disputes between NBN and the retail service providers on the issue of the data?
No, I'm not aware of anything
not aware
on
of
the issue
anything
of
there?
data consumption, no.
Okay. Are there any current outages of Sky Muster beams?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And how many outages of beams have occurred since the satellites were launched?
I don't have the specific number.
Are you able to get that? And I'd
Yes.
also like to know roughly how long the outages were for.
Yes, we can get that.
And what's this process that you go through for notifying customers when there is an outage?
We notify our retailer straight away.
So you notify the retailer, and then do you know what the retailer does in terms? Do you know how if they notify the?
I don't know.
Okay, so
It's
you
up to
just
them.
notify the retailer.
Yes.
So then
We do
yeah.
things by putting stuff on our web, and given the recent circumstances with the concerns around Sky Muster
Yeah.
and the early issues that we have on the maturity curve, we do far more with this. We make sure, again, the call center is very well aware. We take the calls should
Yeah.
people have questions. We cooperate with organizations such as Burr, who are well connected to many of these people to inform them so they can put it on their website and people can blog about it. So we want to make sure everybody's aware
Yeah.
when there is an outage and they know what it is and roughly how long it's going to be, what they can do in the interim.
Yeah, I know that process, I think, but I guess the issue that, and the reason I'm asking that is whether you guys have any involvement in telling them is that, you know, I've heard a lot of complaints from people who, when outages occur for any length of time, they generally don't blame the retailer, they blame NBN.
Yes.
So, and, you know, that's where the buck lies for them. So in terms of that, you obviously put stuff on your website, but you notify the retailer. Is it your expectation that they would then let their customers know? Is that you don't have any arrangements with them to do
It's a
that?
good practice, but no, aren't allowed to dictate service levels by the
Yeah.
retailers to the end users.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Chair, can I just answer some questions that were asked?
Yeah, absolutely. Please, Mr. Root.
There are approximately 1,000 field technicians.
1,000? Yeah.
There will be almost 240,000 connected by 2020.
240,000?
Just
Yep.
under, yes.
Yeah.
And in answer to your question, Chair, in terms of the breakup, there's almost 16,000 in New South Wales, just over 7,000 in Victoria, almost 10,000 in Queensland, just over 3,000 South Australia, almost 5,000 Western Australia, 2,000 Tasmania, almost 1,000 in Northern Territory, and 31 in ACT.
31 in the ACT. You'd think they'd all get fibre to the premises, being Canberra. It's everything.
Okay, and sorry, Mr. Morrow, you will take the outages on notice and provide
Yes.
that back to us.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
and
you.
sorry,
Thank
Stephen,
you.
did you mention the 21 people in the call centre?
Sorry, there's 21 people in the regional call centre, sorry.
Oh,
That
okay,
was your
thank
question.
you.
Thank you, sorry,
Yeah.
Sandra, I missed that one.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we'll break now and we will resume business at 11:15. Thank you. So we'll get going in the interest of trying to get through this as quickly as we can. You need Mr. Roo? Oh, he's here. Okay, yes. So we will resume. And Senator Dastyari.
Mr. Morrow, I just want to talk through the issue regarding Standard & Poor's and Moody's and the conference call that was made on, I understand, 8th of November. On the 8th of November, and again, coming from something I'm going on what's been on the public record, there was a Q1 results conference call that was had with...
Stephen and myself, yes.
Yeah, and who else would have been on that line?
So typically analysts and journalists and other interested parties.
Yep, and so Sorry, I'm new to how does it work? You effectively advertise it to relevant parties, people can call in?
You want to answer that, Karina?
Yes, we send an invitation out to a distribution list of press and analysts.
And so people who are interested kind of ask to be put on the list, I imagine.
Exactly.
Okay. And you do 4 of them a year?
Yes. We do 2 stand-up face-to-face and 2 calls.
And you get to do this as well?
Yes. All right. Lovely.
Okay. Now,
Do you enjoy this more?
I do indeed.
okay. Now, so NBN, and this is, again, I'm just going over what you said on the call. What I understand you said on the call, obviously wasn't on the call, so I may be wrong here. I understand NBN, so you received a credit rating for Standard & Poor's and Moody's, and you outlined that on the call. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when did NBN first approach the rating agencies, and when were the ratings received?
I think we approached them, it was either June or July, I believe, Senator.
Okay. So how does that work? How's the process work for that?
We got requested by the government to go and approach credit ratings and get credit ratings. You ring them up, you enter into an agreement with them, you prepare a presentation of the business, and they then ask a series of questions. They go to a committee eventually, and they come up with a credit rating.
Okay. So is it the same way, again, so in a language like world that I understand, like hiring an accounting firm or a private company or like a Boston Consulting or someone to do a report? Is it that kind of thing where effectively you enter into a contract with them for a fee and they provide you a paper at the end, which is a rating?
Effectively, you enter into an agreement with the bodies to come and provide in this case, a private credit rating. They then, as I said, they then have presentations from management. They ask a series of questions, and then they come back with a pretty short letter to say what they believe the credit rating is.
Okay. And
a report's probably too strong a word. It's more a letter.
And on the telephone call or hookup or whatever we call it on the 8th of November, you wouldn't reveal what the credit rating was. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you just explain to me why? Like, what's the decision behind not revealing it?
Sure. There's 2 types of credit ratings you can get. You can get a public credit rating and a private credit rating. A public credit rating is one that the credit agencies are happy for you to make public, but their requirement then is to continue to monitor the company, because clearly any outside body can use that credit rating as a way to make decisions. And therefore the credit rating agencies want to have an ongoing monitoring arrangement with you. As opposed to a private credit rating, which is clearly one that's kept between the rating agencies and the company, and is used for the company to make various decisions, in this case to talk about debt.
Okay. So in this case, this was and it was on the request of the government?
It was on the request of the government, yes.
And when you say government, does that mean requests from Treasury or from, Minister, you might want to jump, when you say government?
I believe it was a request from both shareholder ministers.
Okay.
So it'd be Department of Finance and Department of Communications.
Yep. So, Minister, do you write a letter asking for, was this a cabinet decision or was it done at sub-cabinet level?
Well, it was a decision of government, which was conveyed to NBN. The mechanism of transmitting that we can take on notice.
Okay, but
Could I add, Senator,
yes,
that we were going after debt in the markets, and this is a prerequisite. You have to have this if you're going to get any money from the banks outside. So it would have been
But does
something
that
we would
mean-
have done
Yep.
regardless of the request.
Sure, no.
from government.
But if it's private, does that mean you don't tell, do you tell the people who you're borrowing from or them what the credit rating is? Do they know in confidential agreements? Or?
That would have been the next process, Senator.
Okay.
As
So
it
when you
turns out, we haven't.
when you say it's confidential, you mean it's not public, but it's not just for NBN. So you've obviously let government know what that is.
Yes.
Who are the shareholding ministers?
Yes.
Your owners, effectively, right? I know it's more complicated than that, but for all intents and purposes. And then let's say you're going to bank X or credit fund X or the amounts of money you raise are quite large, so it's not a small it's not like walking into your local kind of bank, but you then would reveal to them as part of their disclosure within confidentiality,
Yes,
when they're doing their due diligence, they'll look at that. Is that correct?
That's exactly the process you would have gone through, and eventually you would have ended up with a public credit rating because you'd need that for ongoing debt.
Okay. So in the 2016-2017 budget papers, indicated 29.5 billion of public equity funding will have been fully committed by July 2017. Minister, that's from budget paper 1, as I understand.
Sure.
And I understand there was a range of potential of scenarios as to how NBN could have funded and what guarantees are provided going forward. Did the NBN seek a rating for a single funding scenario or a range of scenarios?
We sought a credit rating based on a 19.5 billion public borrowing. Public borrowing meaning
From the private banks, yeah. There's a lot of confusion on public-private depending on...
Can you explain that? Yeah.
So that's a technical term, sorry.
No, explain to me.
We sought a credit rating based on the fact that we needed to borrow just under $20 billion to be able to get to a point when we were self-funding. And that was on the basis that we would be seeking funds from banks or the various markets where you would go and receive private debt.
And is that with or without a Commonwealth guarantee?
There was no Commonwealth guarantee, Senator. There was no explicit government guarantee.
So again, first of all, for everybody's benefit, the difference between the private and the public, as it stands in the way in which we use it here in Australia, public debt is met from the government, private debt is met from various banks, hopefully Australian banks that would provide that. Yep. We had always been under the direction, and it was our assumption that we were going to have to raise private debt to be able to get us to that peak cash flow level before we started making our own money. To do that, you need a credit rating. The private rating that we received was the interim step. If we continued down the path that we assumed we were on for private debt, we would have had to been able to work with the two rating agencies to say, now it's time to be able to share this rating with the banks. At that point, it would have likely have been more public.
Okay. And so, in shorthand, you looked at, the rating you got was for one scenario, and that was a private debt of 19.5 billion.
That's correct, Senator, yes.
And without a government guarantee.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, given that the government's announced the remainder of the rollout will not be funded through private debt, but rather through government funding, that is no longer a confidential rating, or is it still?
Yes,
why can't you not?
It is, Senator, because there's an agreement between NBN and the various rating agencies.
So you're claiming it's commercial in confidence?
The terms of the arrangement means that it's not something that can be disclosed.
We're under obligation. I don't know about commercial in confidence
Sure.
now, but we're under obligation. Yeah.
Okay. Minister, earlier this week in the Senate, because I pay so much attention to everything, I sit opposite you and kind of watch you, you said, let me explain, one is equity and one is a loan, but you didn't go on to explain. So can you just explain your understanding of what equity is?
Equity is it's money that the government contributes to an organisation that I guess results in ownership of the company. So equity is an indicator of ownership. A loan is something that has to be repaid. Equity isn't something that is repaid.
So what's your understanding of a debt?
A debt is something that is repaid. A debt is something that's repaid. A loan is something that's repaid. Equity is something that isn't repaid.
And that's your definition of the difference between equity and debt?
I think it serves the purpose. Yeah.
Okay. Can you explain to me the different risk allocation between equity and debt when it comes to a project like this?
I can help there from just a classic.
I'd love it if the
point of
minister
view.
answered.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Yeah.
Happy for Mr. Morrow.
So on the tiers of ownership and who's at risk, when you put equity into a company, you own it, and you have an upside risk and a downside risk. If you add debt to that equity, the lenders are going to say, you have to pay me back regardless of the value of the company. and it's a term, that over a period of time, I'll be paid back all my money with interest. That's how I'm going to make money at it. If a company continues to grow in its value, think of market cap value, well, the loaning institutes don't get to prosper from that, but the equity holders do. Equally, on the downside, if the company turns out to be worth less than what was imagined, the right of the loaners, they get their money back first before anybody that owns equity has. So, and it's an investment in a firm versus a loan. That's a classic definitional difference that exists across all companies out there, quite common in the marketplace. So there is a different risk profile and a different definition that's widely accepted.
And Minister, would you expect a higher rate of return on equity or debt? That's a question for the Minister.
I will.
There's no rate of return on a debt.
No, it's a question for the Minister, Mr. Morrow.
I will call Mr. Ian Robinson to the table from the Department of Communications.
It's Ian Robinson. I'm Deputy Secretary of the Department of Communications. Senator, would you just mind repeating the question?
Would you expect a higher rate of return on equity or debt?
Well, in this case, the NBN's corporate plan has a range of internal rate of return range specified in it, which I'll just have to check, but I think it's 3.2% to...
So it's a range, roughly around 3.5%.
3.5%. In relation to the loan, the arrangements still have to be settled, but the Finance Minister has indicated that it's in the current estimates approximately 3.7%.
So, Minister, if I understand what's being said correctly, the Commonwealth has 100% of both the equity and debt of this business. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know of any other situation when the government has 100% of debt and equity of a similar business?
I'd have to check across portfolios.
Mr. Robinson, are you aware?
Well, I think firstly, Senator, I'd say NBN is an unusual entity, but as an example, just in the portfolio, the government has loan arrangements in place with the ABC. NBN's definitely a different sort of an organisation because it's such a big infrastructure entity and it's in the relatively early stages of its establishment. But there are other examples, and just within the portfolio, there's the ABC.
Now, Minister, I know, and you've kind of said in the Senate a couple of times that in criticisms that those of us on the other side of the chamber perhaps don't understand. So this would be an opportunity to explain to us. So what does this mean for the allocation of risk?
Could you expand on your question, Senator Castiglione?
The fact that the Commonwealth owns 100% of both the equity and debt of a single business, what does this mean for the allocation of risk?
I'll ask officers at the table.
No, but Minister, you're the one who keeps saying that we don't understand. I'm asking you.
Well, I'm asking officers at the table to contribute.
I'd be happy to deal with that. In terms of...
I'm sure you can answer. I don't think the Minister can answer. I'm asking the Minister, and the Minister is within his rights to pass it on to the Chief Executive Officer.
Anybody at the table to answer the question with the agreement of the Minister?
I'd love to see the Minister answer, but sure.
So typically the risk profile is different for equity holders than for debt holders. The debt holders have far less risk involved in a company. That's why they get their payment immediately, and they have other protections in place behind this. In this particular case, if I can draw a very similar pattern to what exists in the private industry and my most recent experience before NBN at Vodafone Australia, owned by two prominent shareholders outside of Australia, when we needed to raise debt, they said, I can raise the debt cheaper than what you can bill in Australia, so I'll raise the debt for you, loan it back to you, and therefore it makes more economic sense with no difference in terms of the risk profile. I see a similar analogy to here with NBN and the government stepping in saying, I know you can go get the debt on your own, NBN, but you're going to pay more money on an interest rate outside in the private banking world than you will with the rate to which I can borrow. So why not be more prudent for the taxpayer and we'll loan you the money directly. It does not change the risk profile whatsoever, because this has an indirect relationship to, if the company is going down, the government is likely to step in anyway. No signs of the company going down at all, but that's the way in which all companies look at it. And again, I can draw a direct analogy to my
So can I just take you up on that? One thing you just said a moment ago, and I would want to, I'll come back to this sec, but you just made the observation that the government would likely step in anyway. That, Mr. Rue, while that wasn't a specific part of the credit rating, I assume they factor those kinds of things in of risk.
I would have assumed that the rating agencies would have factored in the ownership structure, yes, but there was no explicit guarantee.
But it would have been priced in.
I'm sure the rating agencies took into account.
It's a matter for the rating
ownership.
agencies, but
It's a matter for the rating agency, and I'm sure they took into account the ownership structure, yes.
that there was likely that, and the ownership structure being both all the debt and all the equity being held by the government.
No. Remember, the rating agencies was based on going to get private market debt, but the rating agencies would, as a matter of course, which they would with any business, have taken into account who the shareholders were.
Okay. Mr. Morrow, thank you for that. That was actually a very impressive answer. So, Minister, can I ask you then, considering the answer that was just given from Mr. Morrow, would you expect a higher rate of return on equity or debt?
Look, I'm not here to provide a tutor Senator Dastiari.
You don't know, do you?
Well, Senator Dastiari, there is an internal rate of return which is in NBN's corporate plan. The rate of return for debt is the interest rate. So the answer in general would be it depends. It depends what the internal rate of return is. It would depend what the interest rate is. So that is the way these things work.
Minister, the Prime Minister's okay. Well, what is the NBA's rate of return? Do you know the answer to that, Minister?
2 to 3.7.
3.2 to 3.7.
3 points. So the window is 3. That's from the corporate plan, correct? 3.2 to 3.7. Okay.
Right.
Now, Minister, on the Prime Minister's website, it says public funding of, and I'm quoting it here, so you don't have it in front of you. I'm sure you won't dispute this. Oh, you can if you want. Public funding of $29.5 billion will be required to the NBN. Correct? I mean,
there's an equity cap of $29.5 billion.
now, is there any possibility the government will reverse its position and have NBN raise debt from private markets in 2018 and 2019?
Well, we've already indicated that the expectation is that NBN will refinance in 2020-21 using external markets.
Is that sorry? Talk me through that. Sorry.
Well, we have indicated that it's our expectation that NBN will refinance the loan by 2020-21 using external markets.
Yep, so that's 2020-21. Okay, but the question I'm asking is from 2018 to 2019. I'm saying, is there still a window of opportunity for the government to reverse its position and have NBN raise debt from private markets?
Sorry, just restart the question.
Oh, sure.
I'm not sure I'm following you. I've told you what our intent is.
So
are you asking if we've got a different proposition in mind?
No, I'm saying whether the earlier proposition, I think we're talking about different years here. My question is there any possibility the government will reverse its position and have NBN raise debt from private markets in 2018, 2019?
Well, there's not anything being looked at the moment.
Okay, but you're not ruling it out?
Well, there's not something that we're looking at the moment.
Okay, will you rule it out?
Well, all I can tell you is it's not something that we're looking at the moment.
Okay, so at this stage, and I just explain to me this point. Let me take a step back for a moment, right? Mr. Rue, you went out and got a private credit rating?
That's correct.
And I assume NBN paid for that?
That's correct.
On instruction from the shareholding ministers?
That's correct.
Your owners effectively said, get a credit rating?
That's correct. Although, as Mr. Morrow said, it's a process we would have done anyway. But that's correct.
NBN pays for it?
That's correct.
Is that amount a public or a private amount? I mean, what does that cost? What does it cost to get a credit rating?
Well, again, that are arrangements that are commercial and confidence centred, but it's not a significant amount of money.
Okay, because I mentioned it's a common thing to do.
It's a common thing to do, and we would have done it anyway.
Okay, so you get a rating.
That's
You
correct.
then go to, and you use that if you were raising the money in the private, if you're going to banks and raising that money privately, you would have used that rating as part of, if I'm a bank or an institution and I'm going to be giving you a substantial amount of money, you're a big organisation, you know, this isn't a home loan. You're going to do due diligence.
That was the intention, Senator, yes.
Okay. Minister, explain to me why wasn't that process followed? Why wasn't the money raised in the private markets?
Because the government looked at the options available to raise the funds. It was manifest that funds could be raised more cheaply by going down the path that we have, and that's what's occurred.
And so, Mr. Morrow, you tested that? You went out to market, saw what people would offer you money for?
We have a pretty good idea based on the credit rating that we have, what kind of interest rates we would.
Because there's a market,
receive.
right? You know the market, you know.
And that we know what the government can pull, and we can see the logic behind that decision that was taken.
Okay, so, sorry. This is, again, I'm just maybe being quite simplistic here. You went with government because it was cheaper for the government to raise. It's cheaper for the government to raise the money for you to do it as a private company.
Can I, Senator, perhaps as part of background, I think NBN pretty much from inception at about this point was always going to require, the assumption was it would always move to debt funding. In the budget...
Private debt funding, yeah.
Private debt funding. In the budget papers this year, there was a signal that options were being looked at. And the government asked NBN to get the indicative credit ratings with a view to informing the various options and where they were. In the end, the decision was from the government to borrow the money directly from the government and provide it as a loan to NBN basically for a period of 4 years, and that it would be refinanced at the end of that. And the basic reason for that is that there's an opportunity for the government to borrow at a cheaper rate. That's pretty much the story of what has happened here. It was always on the program for consideration, really, as to how NBN would go to the post-equity stage at about this point.
Yeah, except... Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, you're saying that, but that's not what... I mean, effectively, you're saying that the decision that was made and indicated in Budget Paper Number 126, 2017 was changed then?
No, Senator, which decision are you referring to?
I'm looking at this. So, because Budget Paper Number 126/27 notes the NBN is expected to raise debt from external markets of between 16.5 billion and 26.5 billion, with a base case of 19.5 billion to complete the rollout of its network. And you're saying the suggestion that was in that budget paper from external markets, I would have thought meant private.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It was also in the statement of risks, which is what I'm referring to, that NBN, it essentially says NBN is undertaking the necessary preparatory work in the event that they're initially unable to raise the debt on acceptable terms, and they were able to raise the debt, I might say, but the government has found more acceptable terms. Interim funding support may be required, and then it refers to there's a range of options for doing this.
Okay, so Minister, it sounds like from the evidence that Mr. Robertson's given, is it cheaper for the government to borrow money than a company that has risk?
Government can borrow at better rates.
Yep. Then why wasn't this the case 5 years ago, or 3 years ago, or 2 years ago? I mean, I'm just reading Budget Paper 1, and, you know, if that was always, I mean...
Well, as the budget paper said, it was expected that NBN would be in a position where they could borrow from external markets. NBN demonstrated through the non-public indicative credit ratings that they were in a position to borrow on acceptable terms from external markets. That's entirely consistent with the budget papers. But government looked at options and decided that it would take the path it did.
Yep. But Minister, I guess the question I'm asking is, again, to me it makes kind of sensible logic. Government's going to be able to borrow cheaper as a rule than a company that has risk, especially with the new infrastructure project. I don't know why then there was ever this path going down to actually raise the money privately through private markets if it was always going to be cheaper for government to raise the money themselves.
Well, that was what was in the budget is consistent with what was in the corporate plan, but government took a decision, and we know what that decision is.
Well, hang on, I'm looking at the statement of risks, and it said even in the statement of risks, it says that NBN is expected to raise debt from external markets. Yep, in the event that NBN is initially able to raise the necessary debt on acceptable terms, interim funding support may be required. So is effectively what you're saying that NBN Co was unable to raise the debt necessary on acceptable terms?
Well, I'd say that, Senator, that NBN Co could raise, the credit rating indicated that NBN Co could raise funding on terms that were improved from their corporate plan assumptions, but there was a more acceptable arrangement in the view of the government by taking the benefit of the government's borrowing capacity. So there's more acceptable terms available to the government.
So either the terms are acceptable or they're not?
There's more acceptable terms available to the government because the government can effectively borrow at the cheapest possible rate.
But then what's changed? The government could borrow as cheap as possible 3 years ago as well.
Well, I think, Senator, that I've perhaps been doing NBN stuff longer than most. I think under consecutive corporate plans, it's been the base assumption for what would occur because NBN Co is a government business enterprise. But it was always the point that the actual arrangements would have to be considered just prior to NBN Co needing to have the debt.
Is that the first, because anything that seems to have changed is getting the credit rating. Is that the first time you've got a credit rating, Mr.
Yes, yes, Senator.
Okay. And you're saying there that, I mean, the thing is that you're saying the terms were acceptable, but you chose not to take acceptable terms.
Well, I think they were acceptable because they were improved on the corporate plan and NBN Co could raise finance by itself. But there was a better arrangement available.
Minister, what changed?
The government took a decision.
And why?
The government took a decision in the interests of the organisation and taxpayers.
Yep. And the decision that was made was?
The decision that was made was that the government would provide a loan to NBN on commercial terms.
Okay. Because you could borrow cheaper than they could borrow.
Yep.
But you could borrow cheaper than they could borrow when Budget Paper 1 was being prepared. That hasn't changed, has it? I mean, what's changed?
Well, it was expressed and made clear in the budget papers and in the corporate plan that the expectation was that NBN would be in a position where it could borrow on external markets.
Okay. Minister.
Government looked at the options and decided to do what it's indicated.
Minister, what are the implications for the fiscal position of having done this?
Well, there'll be a positive impact on the Commonwealth budget, on underlying cash balance, and no impact on government net debt.
So can you explain that to me again?
There'll be a positive impact on the Commonwealth budget.
Yes, by loaning your own organisation money.
The government will get a return, and there won't be an impact on government net debt.
And you're also increasing liabilities, or no?
Increasing liabilities.
So I'm just saying this. I'm saying this.
Of course.
I'm going to read you from Budget Paper 1, right?
There's gross debt, there's net debt, but there won't be an increase.
Okay.
In
Budget Paper 1, it says that were it required, additional government financial support for NBN would have implications for the fiscal position. For example, by increasing assets and liabilities on the balance sheet and, depending on the nature of the support, could have positive or negative impacts on the underlying cash balance. Correct?
Yeah.
Can you just explain to me how this fits into that?
I'll ask Mr.
Oh, no, I'd love you to
take
answer it,
through.
Minister.
No, well, I've explained to you in the broad the effects, and I'll ask Mr. Robinson to go into further detail for you.
Senator, the arrangement has a positive impact on underlying cash and fiscal balance because the government will essentially earn interest on the difference between the government's borrowing rate and the loan to NBN Gov. There'll be a temporary increase in gross debt, but no increase in net debt. And so with that reference you referred to, it said there's a range of options that could have a positive or negative impact. This particular arrangement
Mr. Robertson,
has a
you're
positive
saying by loaning money to a company that the government owns all of the debt and all of the equity and all of the risk, you improve your budget position.
Yes, Senator. That's because
It's a very clever accounting trick.
well, it's consistent with the accounting standards. And it's because NBN Co is outside the general government sector, and it's similar sort of issue as to why equity payments don't go to underlying cash. In this case, the loan will have a return on it, and that return is credited to the budget.
Now, Minister, you said that your expectation, I think was the word, and I don't want to misquote you here, was that I think it was in 2021 that loan would start to be repaid.
Or it would be refinanced.
Refinanced.
Yep.
Which would be NBN Co going out and borrowing.
Correct.
Okay. But if you can always borrow cheaper than they can in the private sector, why would you do that?
Well, as we expressed at the time we made this announcement, it is part of putting NBN in a position where in the future it could be privatised.
And it can't be privatised while you're in the... I mean,
Well,
how does that have anything to do with privatisation? Is it profitable or not?
Well, I think so. That normally, most privatisations that would happen would require the new owners to have private finance in place. So this is when I think the decision referred to sort of in anticipation of it, it would be putting in place debt arrangements that are more standard for a privatised entity.
Okay. So, Minister, you effectively want them to borrow... The plan is, and things change, that they will borrow money from the private market, repay the money that the government's given to them at a cheaper rate,
Yep.
to as part of a process for privatisation.
As you know, Senator, for privatisation to occur, there's provision in the legislation for a number of things to happen, including a productivity commission inquiry.
Yep, yeah. It's a long
but
process, yep.
We would be wanting to have NBN in a position where that option is there.
Okay. And why would you not do that? And if that was the reason, then why not do that now?
Well, for the reasons that I've explained.
That it's cheaper?
Correct.
Okay. But it was always cheaper? I'm
not sure how much...
Okay.
How much clearer I can be. We all know what the corporate plan said. We all know what the budget papers said. What the expectation was. Government looked at the options in the time frame that you would expect it to prior to NBN having that borrowing requirement and have decided to go down the path we have.
Minister, the bit that I can't understand from... again, and maybe this is Department of Finance will have their views on this, and I know they're a shareholding minister, and this is in many ways their space at times. But if the real reason, or the only reasonable reason for using private equity is as part of a process which may be looked in the future of privatisation, then why Mr. Rue and others would, and the plan that was provided by government at any point, would have been looking at private markets for the funding if it was always going to be cheaper for government to provide that, and I just don't understand why we would have gone through the kind of charade of raising the money or looking at raising the money if it was going to be cheap for government to do it.
It wasn't as you characterise it.
What was it?
Well, it was what was contained in the corporate plan. It was what was in the budget papers. It was the expectation that NBN would be in the position to raise that funds. The government took a decision to provide those funds in the manner in which we've indicated. You mentioned the refinancing in 2020-21 and why we do that, and I've indicated that having NBN in a position where future change in ownership arrangements is an option is one of the reasons. Also, it's related to the fact that NBN will have been completed by then, that peak funding will have been reached, that NBN will be cash flow positive. There are other factors in that consideration.
Minister?
And obviously, NBN in a better position, an even better position to take on digital.
Minister, you're aware of the credit rating?
I am.
Okay.
And look, also, we don't, let me make clear, have an intention to, look at privatisation prior to completion of the NBN, and we're well aware of the legislative requirements and things that need to be looked at.
So, Minister, how was the credit rating provided? Was the document, were you given a briefing note, a verbal briefing? Was the documentation that was provided to NBN Gov provided to you? How was the credit rating made? How were you made aware of the credit rating?
I think it was probably initially verbally, and then briefing notes.
Okay. And was that taken? You're not going to answer that, but a cabinet question, so I won't even ask. And do you know when that was? When were you made aware? Or when would you receive the credit rating, Mr. Rao?
I think it was the first week in September, I believe.
Okay. So in the first week of September, you received the credit rating?
Approximately.
Roughly, right? Yeah. And around that time, because it was on the request of the two departments, the shareholding ministers rather, you informed the shareholding ministers?
I would have informed the department, yes.
Department, yeah. Okay. And you would have involved both the Department of Finance, and it's their job to talk to the minister, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was on the 1st of September?
No, it was around the first week.
Minister, when did the government make the decision to provide the funding themselves?
We made it before the announcement.
When was the announcement?
Well, the announcement was, not sure, I'll just pull out my press release, 18 November.
Okay. So, at some point between September and 18th of November, I assume that the decision wasn't made prior to the receiving the credit rating? Did the credit rating help inform your decision?
Well, the credit rating was fed into our understanding of the options.
Yep. So at some point before the 18th of November, but after early September, the decision was made.
That would be a fair deduction.
Is it a cabinet decision or is it a?
It's a decision of government.
Okay. Do these types of matters typically go to? Are these types of decisions not? I've never been a cabinet minister, so are these types of decisions typically made at a cabinet level?
Look, it's a decision of government, but
I don't know. So I don't think that's a secret. I don't think that's a.
No, look, that's not an unreasonable assumption.
Okay, okay, and obviously, the announcement was made on the 18th of November. And so explain what was the figure? What's the amount we're talking about?
19.5.
19.5
billion, right? Okay, and Minister, if I were to ask you for the credit rating, you would say?
I'd say that it was a non-public indicative credit rating, and the credit rating is provided by the agencies on the basis that it is not public.
So, we may as well be formal about this. Are you claiming public interest immunity?
I'm telling you the basis upon which the credit rating was provided.
So I'm formally asking for the credit rating.
Well, if you're formally asking, then we'll take that on notice.
Okay.
But I would remind the senator that, of course, we are allowed within our agreement with the credit rating agencies of keeping this private to share with our immediate shareholders. That agreement is, again, something between NBN and the credit rating agency.
And I'll take it on notice, Senator Testiari, because there are two shareholder ministers here.
Sure. And what
but I've indicated to you the basis upon which it's been provided. But you've asked a question, so we'll take that on notice.
And Mr. Morrow, the point I would make, and again, it's up to the minister whether or not the information is provided or not. And the minister, there are grounds of public interest immunity that the minister, when in review, can or cannot take, and commercial matters fall within that. That's a matter for the minister.
That's fair.
I do note, though, however, that contractual obligations aren't prohibitive of people providing information through Senate processes. So just to be clear, so I understand what I've done is, Minister, I've asked you, said if you can either provide the credit rating or claim public interest immunity, and you've taken that on notice.
I've indicated the basis upon which the credit rating was provided. You've asked me a question, so
Okay.
I'm taking that on notice.
Okay. Mr. I just want to confirm, you said that it was NBN who paid for the getting of the credit rating.
That's correct, Senator. Yes.
Okay. And can you take on notice what it cost to get the credit rating?
I can take that on notice, Senator. Yes.
Okay. And if if you're unable, for your commercial terms, to make the decision to give us the exact figure, if you can provide us with, because I imagine you would have gone to, when you get credit, how does it work? Do you go to tender, or do you go straight to the same? I mean, there's only a couple of companies that do this, right?
There are really three people that you go to, Senator.
So who are they? Moody's?
So there are Moody's, there is S&P, and there's Fitch.
And this, okay. And you went to two of those three?
We went to two of those three, which is a pretty normal process to do.
Okay. And was that just, you just picked two of them?
We picked two of those three, Senator, on the basis that we felt that they were the people who were best in a position to give us an informed.
Okay. So does that mean you got two different credit ratings?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay.
Yes.
Were they the same or different?
Well, once again, Senator,
And it was worth a try.
Once again, Senator, I can't really comment, but you can assume they weren't.
It was worth a try. Come on.
They were good. We can tell you that.
You can assume they weren't far apart.
Okay.
And we were pleased with them too, Senator. And they were actually, they were more than indicative, Senator. They were actually a credit rating that they gave us.
Okay.
And I think only for education purposes, I don't, dabble in their business over here, but, the credit rating is really the indication of what kind of interest rates you're going to get from the banks. So the fact, when you were asking the question, if I can on this earlier, without a credit rating, no one knew what the interest rates at NBN would be able to pull. When we wrote the corporate plan, without a credit rating, we really had to take a guess. So only now is the interest rate known based on the credit rating. And then again, if I look at my past private experience, the shareholders would say, based on my rate now versus this rate, I know what the spread is. If the spread is big, you want to loan it from your shareholders. If the spread is small, you typically wouldn't go there.
Okay, so Minister, okay, Mr. Warwick, do you actually, and sorry again, you run a very, very large corporation, so this is, and you raise money in a very different way than, people like myself experienced. Mm-hmm. So do you, by knowing your credit rating, do you then go out to kind of, I don't know if tender is the right word, or out to market, or you don't need to? The second you know your credit rating, you effectively know what the market will pay for that at that point in time. Like, you can effectively look it up.
You have to negotiate with the banks, each bank, but with the credit rating, you can probably get this out of market. And if they say, hey, I'll even give you a little bit better than that, then you say, fantastic, you'll get this much of what we need to borrow. If somebody says, well, I'm going to charge you a little bit more because that's my own hurdle rate and I feel this element of risk on it, you can make the decision, no, do I want that bank? Do I want to go somewhere else? Do I still like that because you want to somewhat have a portfolio of banks coming in to
Okay.
pay
And
over
so
that?
you're saying when you did the corporate plan, so this is the strategic review authority, the corporate plan, when you did the corporate plan, you at that point in time didn't have a credit rating.
That's correct.
So you were making assumptions based on what your spread would be?
We were making assumptions on where we thought credit ratings could be, and we obviously, it's at a point in time, and we made as well, because interest rates move, and we also made assumptions of what the mix that we would go in terms of banks, in terms of what markets you go.
So how big was the spread?
Between what we thought versus what we received, or what we would anticipate getting from the private markets?
No, Mr. Morrow, you said if the spread is big, then you go to your shareholder for funding. So the spread was big?
Well, again, it depends on what the tolerance level is of the shareholder behind this. But there's a couple things here, just again to keep the record straight on this. So there's what we put in. We assumed a certain interest rate in our corporate plan that said to 49 billion, we can get everybody built and have this internal rate of return that's expected. The rating which we received gives an indication of what the interest rates that we would actually be able to have to pay the banks. That interest rate is better than what we had put in the corporate plan. That's why Stephen was very pleased about this, that this is going to help the credibility behind this. Now, do we go to the private market or do we rely on the shareholder from a public point of view? It is the government's decision on this, but the bigger the spread in this, why charge taxpayers extra money if they can get the rate, as Mr. Robinson mentioned, lower and keep the money with the shareholders, which is the
But
taxpayer.
Mr. Moore, they can always get it cheaper.
Well, that's not necessarily true. I know business, and I've been a part of them, that can get far better than what the government rate is. It depends on how profitable your business is and a number of other
Okay,
factors.
let me reword this then. The corporate plan worked under an assumption that there would be a rate that would be offered that would be higher than what government could borrow at.
Yes.
And then once you went through that process, that was obviously confirmed.
Yes.
And the government decided that it would, I'm using the word change position or adapt its position or evolve, or a decision was made on the 19th of, sorry, a decision was announced on the 18th of November that $19.5 billion would be loaned, also would be given to NBN under a contractual arrangement.
Loan to.
Okay, under a contractual arrangement. Now, again, Senator, I apologize. How does that actually work? So there is an actual formal contract?
Well, there'll be a loan which would be executed on terms agreed between the Department of Finance and it.
So there is a contract, that contract exists?
Mr. Robertson will be able to take you through that detail.
Yeah, it's early days, Senator, but before the loan's issued, there will be a loan agreement between, we actually expect that from our department, the Department of Communications, with NBN Gov.
Okay, and then when's that expected to happen? It might have been in the 18th of November announcement, so
Well, it wasn't, but it'll be before any loan funds are issued, which will be July next year.
Okay, so the loan funds are expected to be issued by July or starting from July?
Starting from July.
Okay, so starting from July next year, loan funds will be issued?
That's the expectation, yes.
Prior to that, there'll obviously be a contractual arrangement?
Yes, Senator.
And sorry, this is again, shows my ignorance here. Who signs that contract, or they don't get signed? Does the Secretary sign it or the Minister, shareholding Minister sign it?
Well, we haven't settled it, that, Senator. It may well be both shareholder ministers, but in terms of the accounting of it, we expect it'll be from the Department of Communications to NBN Gov, just as the equity funding arrangements are, and there's an equity funding agreement. We haven't settled that yet, but it could be signed by both shareholder ministers.
Okay. So, just Minister, just explain this point to me. After this putting aside this $19.5 billion loan, how much government money at this point in time is either been expended in terms of equity or debt with NBN Gov?
In terms of equity, we're not yet at the $29.5 billion. There are drawdowns, which are monies which are transferred from time to time. But I'll ask Mr. Robinson just to give you what the latest figures are.
So 29.5 you're saying is the envelope? Is that?
That's the equity cap.
Okay.
But I'll just get Mr Robinson to give you the
Well,
latest
as
tally.
of at the end of October, Senator, it's $22.6 billion has been paid.
In equity.
In equity.
And any other debt?
No.
So at this point, there's no debt, but there will be 19.5 billion,
Yes, Senator.
and that starts on the 1st of July. And when do we expect that all that 19.5 billion to have been moved? I don't have the right word here, but
Senator, can I help you perhaps with that?
yeah.
My expectation is that the loan will be drawn down as and when we need it, so it would be presumably on a monthly basis, although that's still to be obviously arranged with the government. The expectation is that that loan will be borrowed on as I said, a monthly basis until a point in time when we clearly are making our own way, if you will, which I expect to be in and around the 2021 period.
Okay. And then, so 2021. Okay, so...
Which is when my job will then be to go and refinance it, obviously.
Okay, so if I'm just... You're saying at the moment it was... Can I get that figure off again? It's
22.6.
22.6 billion. And that's the only money you have?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So the 22.6 billion, and that can go with a cap of 29 billion?
29.5.
29.5. And the loan arrangement with the government is going to be for 19.5 billion?
That's correct.
So again, I'm generalising here, but the exposure, both debt and equity, is looking at somewhere up to, not necessarily hitting this, but up to 49 billion. Is that correct, Minister?
Well, that's you can add numbers, and 49 billion is the base case funding for the organisation.
And we'd expect that would peak 2021.
That's correct, Senator, yes.
Okay. So 2021.
And technically, for anybody that likes to get into the detail, it won't be quite 49 because you're actually paying back some principal and interest between the initial debt that's given, the little bit in July of next year, you're starting to already pay back interest.
49 is the kind of cap,
Max.
right? But the question is, that's the government exposure. Is that correct, Minister?
Well, we have. Well, ultimately, we'll have equity of $29.5 billion. So that's equity.
Yep.
That's an ownership stake, and the 19.5 billion will be a loan to NBN, which will be repayable to the government. And as I've said, we anticipate that will be refinanced in 2021.
No, look, I'm happy with that. I think we can. Yeah, our debt and equity exposure combined will peak at 2021. It has an upper cap of 49 billion, but Mr. Morrow, you're saying probably not quite.
Depends on the terms that we end up agreeing to between the government and NBN.
Thank you.
I want to now move to the west coast of Tassie.
Yes, yeah.
Was you? Yeah. I think Mr. Morrow might have been waiting for that too.
Yeah.
So. Thank you. So I just wanted to ask about, at the last hearing I put some questions to you about the budget for the West Coast NBN, but you didn't have the detail. So I'd just like to go back over that to see if you can give me some of that. So I'm just wondering if you can give me some more information about how the federal figure was arrived at, which I think was around 18.5 from memory.
Well, we provide a figure on any kind of technology choice, extra network being built of what we estimate it to be. We provided that to all of the government entities that were interested in this, and as I believe you're aware now, Senator, the good news is that we have the commitment both from the federal government for their share of this. We have the commitment from the local government and of the use of the fiber, and so therefore we have conferred back that we are now kicking it into gear and starting the design process to where we will move that portion of the area from satellite to a fixed line FTTN technology.
Okay. So what line items does that include, the 18.5? What are the sort of things that make that up?
If I can help you with that.
Thank you.
It's the primary transit NBN fibre from Rosebery to Zeehan.
Sorry, the primary...
Primary transit
Yep.
fibre.
Yep.
It's secondary transit fibre then from Railton, is it, to Rosebery, Zeehan and Queenstown. And then it's obviously any incremental costs of building FTTN over what would be a satellite solution.
Okay. So was there any allocated for contingency?
Normally in these programs we would allocate a contingency. I think in this case it would have been just under 10%, I would have thought.
Okay, so around 10%, a little under, okay.
I think it was 9 actually to be precise, but
9,
I'd have
yep.
to check on that.
Okay. What portion of the 18.5 was allocated to remediation of the existing network?
I don't have that number, Senator, and just to be clear on this, that we haven't actually done contracts on this. So once the design is completed, we'll then go into doing actual commercial arrangements.
Yep.
So I know you asked for a very detailed breakdown, but unfortunately, I'd rather wait until we've negotiated everything
Yep.
and spent it, if that's okay.
So you don't have any idea what the remediation of the existing
It would have been
network
built.
is?
Any of that would have been built in, Senator. But again.
So is that built into the 18.5?
Well, if it was required, that would have been costed in, yes.
Right, but you don't. Are you able to provide that to me?
Well, once again, Senator, we haven't done contracts on this, and I'd like to wait until we have actually completed contracts, because otherwise it will compromise our negotiations.
Okay. All right. So I just wanted to talk about the timing, because there's a lot of, I mean, obviously that's been a really hot issue down there on the West Coast, the move from fibre to the premises and then back to satellite and then now fibre to the node. So there's a lot of confusion around the community about what work's actually going to be done, and I suppose the time frame. So I guess I'd be interested to know who's taking the lead on the project and what role the stakeholders will play. So obviously we've got federal government, we've got state government, we've got NBN Gov, and then I don't know whether there'll be contractors involved or how that will operate. So are you able to clarify, what sort of role each of those major partners will undertake?
You mean outside, in terms of providing access, for example, to the fibre?
I mean, there's nobody knows what's happening down there at the moment, apart from the state government has offered to cough up 4.5 million, the federal government 18.5, but apart from that, there's very little information about the role that each of those parties will actually take and what the process will be. So are you able to put any light on that?
Well, again, I think that it's a matter for government and what they reveal as far as
So
what they
what
put
role will
forward on it.
NBN play then?
Well, we're going to build it. We're going to design and build it.
But you can't do any of that until state and federal work out what they're
No,
doing.
that's all cleared up. There is no question as to whether or not we've moved from satellite to fixed footprint solution.
Yep.
The designs are now going to kick in. We've got the teams that we've told them, all right, the decision's made.
Okay.
We'll worry about collecting the money in due course in this, but I have letters. Fiona Nash in particular was the one that had given me the intent and assurance of the federal government level. And of course, there's a lot of things at the state level. All that's been arranged. I've sent a letter back saying that it is.
Sorry, there's just some tiny little people.
That's all right.
Like
Bring them in
really
here.
tiny little people out here. They're so cute.
They can answer some questions for me.
They're a distraction.
It makes us all feel guilty for not being.
I know they're a real distraction. Sorry, but they are cute. Yeah. Sorry, Mr.
No.
Morrow.
So again, the great news here is, I know you've been so interested in this. The great news is the federal government, the local government, the cooperation with NBN, it's done.
Yeah.
Sealed, we're moving forward on this.
Yeah.
There is no question now as to whether the people of West Coast of Tas are going to get this.
I think I get that. It took me several months to get a letter from the Tasmanian government, which I now have, that I think locks in that 4.5.
Yes.
So can you now take me through the timelines and the project stages that are planned, and what ready for service date are you actually working towards now?
Yeah, so
That's the big question in terms of the people on the West Coast is, we know pretty much now what we're going to get. but when are we actually going to get it? So can you step me through those timeframes?
I believe we're looking at late 17, is that
I
the,
think we're going to start the design in the next couple of weeks.
it was late 17 before
believe
we'd
so.
see the construction get close to completion.
Sorry,
So a late 2017 timeframe is the initial estimate. Again,
So
this
is that, sorry, Mr. Morrow, is that for the start of construction?
No, that's to be able to actually get into where we're complete and we can start to open up some of the area for ready for service.
Okay.
But can I put a big disclaimer on this? As with all of this, we don't know until we physically get into the field to see
I
this stuff.
understand
So many
that.
things can
Yeah.
change.
No, I understand that, but I guess what the people down there are actually saying is, well, give me some timelines, give me some project stages that you're planning at the moment. Obviously, there are some contingencies around that depending on what happens, but they're really interested to know what they can expect and when.
Of course, as everybody is around the nation,
Yeah.
I understand that. And that's why we do try to produce a lot of information with the caveat that it moves around, but the best estimate at the time is all we can do.
Yeah, okay, so you're saying late 2017
Yes.
is when you will actually start?
That's our targeted time for starting to sell the service.
Yeah, okay. So start to sell. So just explain exactly what that is. When you're starting to sell the service, tell the people on the West Coast what that means for them.
So that's when a retailer will be able to say, you can now offer up.
You can now hook up.
Yes, right.
Yeah, okay. All right, so I guess in the interim then, or coming up to that time in late 2017, I think I've raised the issue with you about what the West Coast is, the current difficulties that it's been going through for some time. I know that there's been, in some areas, opportunities for local workforce development within the local regions where NBN's rolled out. The situation of employment on the West Coast is pretty dire at the moment in terms of, the mine closure, and that doesn't look like improving in the short term.
Yep.
Who knows what the long term holds for that. So I think, is there an opportunity for that model of local employment to be offered to people on the West Coast?
Well, so one of the good news stories also about this, Senator, is that other parts of Tasmania will start to finish up, and many of the jobs of those people that are doing construction, that would obviously end. We're going to try to keep this sequential to be able to redeploy those resources, those people, over to the west coast of Tasmania to where they can continue with their jobs, and of course they're quite skilled to be able to do this. And I am getting a bit of a correction from the team saying that the construction stuff will be taking place in late 2017 with a ready for service, or when the retailer will be able to offer up to West Coast Tasmanians mid 2018.
Right, okay. Yeah, that's right. But in terms of, the local jobs, are you saying that the employment opportunities for people on the West Coast who are now currently unemployed because of the mine closure, there's not going to be that opportunity for them to be employed on this project because you will carry the workforce that is currently laying NBN cable or whatever they're doing around other parts of Tasmania?
There may be some opportunities, but again, the ramp-up time of the skill level and everything to be able to be sure that we get to the West Coast Tasmanian population, the service, as soon as possible. We will use the existing workforce that is in Tasmania. So it's a good news story for Tasmania as a state.
Yes, okay. So it's, I understand what you're saying. I guess the interest in the West Coast is whether or not there might be opportunities for people that live live on the West Coast at the moment to become involved in.
It could be. We hope so, and they should look at the opportunities both with the retailers, the delivery partners.
Okay, so that was my next question. If there is by any glimpse of the imagination opportunity for people down there, how does that work? How does the community? What do they need to do to participate in that?
Well, so one is they should contact all of the retailers that are there to see if there would be any job opportunities as a result of this decision and this change. Second, there is a website. On our website, there's a point you can go to look at if you're interested in joining the construction workforce or the operations workforce to be a part of NBN. We use this database to be able to feed into all of our delivery partners and service delivery partners. It's been quite active. That's where they've pulled most of their new employment opportunities. So we would encourage people to go to the website, log on, get their information in, and if they're successful in that, we'll train them. We offer a lot of opportunity if they're a right fit with our delivery partner.
So NBN train them, is that correct?
NBN has allocated a portion of the money, thanks to the approval from the government, to be able to train people on safety and telecom basics of installation.
Okay. And what's the time frame of the training program? How long does it take to put someone through a training program?
I think it's a matter of weeks, but we should take that on notice to make sure that we're accurate.
We'll get an answer to you for that.
Yeah, okay, all right. So if I went to your website, would that, and went through that process, would that show the retailers in a particular state, or does it not go to that level?
No, usually most of the websites for job opportunities will have that you apply, and when you apply, you typically say where you live and where you'd like to work.
Yep.
And then the retailer, if they feel that they have an opening or going to have an opening, or most any company will say, oh, I'd like to talk to you about the future prospects.
Okay, so but does your website direct them to that?
No.
Or does it name the retailers, or?
No.
Okay.
Now, well, you can, on our website, see what retailers are reselling
those
NBN,
regions, yeah.
and they can then therefore go to that retailer website to see about career opportunities.
Yeah, okay.
We also do local media.
Go ahead.
We also add, we do media releases locally when there's opportunity, and we promote through our Facebook page as well.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. All right. And my final one on the West Coast is related back to the satellite. And look, you may have answered it in some of the other questions around the satellite that I asked, but there are sort of more remote parts of the West Coast that will still be reliant on satellite. Some of the locals right now are having huge difficulty gaining access, and that's due to a number of factors, but particularly the weather down there. During the winter, when there's lots of rain and snow, they continually have dropout and just simply can't do it. And the times of access are really, really difficult now in remote areas of the West Coast, and I don't know whether that's just at a time in the day when more people are using the beam or whatever it is. I don't understand. But can you shed any light on what's happening there in terms of trying to improve that for those people on the West Coast around the particular issues to do with weather, etc.?
Yeah, so I think the two separate issues. First of all, if you have a service and it's working during a busy period, you shouldn't feel anything at all in terms of being restricted from an NBN point of view. Remember, the architect of NBN is we provide capacity, and then the retailers plug their network into our network, and they have to dimension it in a size that's big enough to be able to handle all the volume of their customers during the busy period. So if they don't provision it big enough, then obviously there's going to be some decline in service.
So that's a retailer issue?
It can be a retailer issue. In some cases, it can be an NBN, but I can assure you at this point, with satellite and the few customers, the 45,000 that we have on the network today, we should not be experiencing any of that.
Okay, well, that is being experienced down there. And I mean, the feedback that I've been getting from people is that, we just don't even bother getting on after about 4 p.m. because you just can't, it drops out all the time. You can't get...
We'll look into it. It shouldn't be an issue with the satellite. Again, as I said, there's other parts of the network that have nothing to do with NBN that could throttle that down at that period of time, but let us look into it to be sure to see if there is, in fact, anything happening. The other thing that we need to be really careful about, Senator, is there's very few people on Western Tas that we've turned up satellite service because of this issue.
That's what concerns me.
I wonder if they're using the interim satellite of the past that has been traditionally very poor
they're using
in service.
SkyMaster.
You're sure of that?
I am absolutely positive.
We'll check, because I'd be surprised if there's many people at all that over on the West Coast.
These people are on SkyMaster. They've had emails from SkyMaster during downtimes, apologising and
so with the outages that we've had, but again, we'll look at during the busy period or the 2 o'clock in the afternoon to see what's behind that. Again, there's so many factors. It's the speed that they purchase, it's the NBN network, and it's the retailer network that ties into the NBN network. And this is part of the reason we're looking to be able to educate people more and be sure that transparency is there for all.
I think that's important because, as you said, there are very few people actually on Sky Muster down there, and the concern is as more and more people take it up, you know, if they're saying now the service is really bad around this particular time, then their concern is what's it going to be like when more people are actually, you know, getting access to it. So that is a real major issue.
Yeah, we'll look into it, Sonia.
Yeah, okay. I just want to move to still regional broadband, but I'll move away from the west coast of Tassie. So I'd just like you to explain to me what is service class 0?
So right from the beginning of NBN, when we're building out a network, so let's go to fibre to the prem, we would try to connect everybody's homes, but you would typically find houses that are too complex to do in the same time frame as the other homes. So rather than have the whole neighborhood wait until that construction got finished, we would turn up the neighborhood as ready for service. And then there would be a number of homes that are omitted from that because there's a complication or a more complex arrangement.
This could be a one home in a street where everyone around them?
Correct.
So what would be the complications?
It's either an extra long lead time or inability to access, or no ducts going up into that area that would cause months of delay.
Right.
So rather than penalize everybody else around, we go ahead and offer the service. We declare, and under FTTP, those homes that have yet to be connected to that time service class 0. So that tells the retailer don't target their house to offer that up until we get back to be able to finish the job.
Right. Okay. So how do households find out if they are actually in that service class 0? Do you notify them?
Well, they would know by going onto the website to see if their home is ready for service or not.
Right. But if they don't have access to it?
Well, the mobile phone or whatever other device that they would have.
But you don't actually notify them?
No.
Why don't you notify them? If you know clearly that you can't provide that to them.
And it may be the retailer that's done, but again, we need to notify 23 million people around the country, Senator. It's just not practical. We notify people when an area is being worked on.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but if there's, I don't know how many service class 0s there are. How many are there?
I don't know off
It's
the
down
top of my
to just over 10,000, I think.
How many?
Come down
10,000?
around the country. It's substantially reduced over the last couple of years.
So it's around 10,000?
It's around about that number.
Yeah, okay. So how long till you go back to connect the services to those places? So, okay, the problem's there. You can't connect it. How long then before you would go back to?
It varies depending on the complexity of the home.
Right. So would it be weeks or months or?
Could be.
Okay. Could be weeks or months?
Could be, yes.
Okay. And you don't let them know? It's up to the retailer?
No, and typically if they put in their address, they go to our website and put in the address, they'll see if they're still in the construction period of this. But again, it's very hard to predict. Remember, everybody will be connected by the year 2020. That is our firm commitment, and we're on track to do that. There will always be those homes that are complex that are out there that are going to take longer than others. And
could it take years, Mr. Morrow?
It might.
Yeah, okay. And so around that 10,000, do you know the length of time that they will have to wait? Or have been waiting? Do you have a breakdown of that?
Yeah, sure.
Can you provide that?
We can look at that, yes.
We can look at that, Senator. But what I would say, it used to sit around 40,000, and it's come down substantially in the last 18 months, particularly.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I'd be interested to know sort of the time frame.
Yeah, we can have a look at
that.
Again, Senator, if I can point out on this that if you want everybody to get connected, if we care about every Australian, we're going to go as fast as we can, and some people are going to get it sooner than others.
Look, I entirely understand that, Mr. Morrow. I guess I'm thinking that, like, if I'm living in a street where there's a lot of houses and that neighbour on that side has it and the neighbour on this side has it, but I don't have it, I'm going to ask some questions about what's going on. And if you haven't notified the people and maybe their retailer hasn't notified them, then, you know, they're going to ask the questions about, well, how come?
Yeah, sure.
And then, obviously, the question's going to be, how long do I have to wait? And you might say it's going to be years.
And just to, through you, Chair, to put in perspective, when we came into office, I think it was 30% of premises were with the service class 0, and
Yep.
that's down to below 5%.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So what does the current weekly report say is the number of service class 0s? So you do a weekly report. Do you have a number on that?
Well, it would have been that number I just gave you.
So around that 10,000?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's status 10? And what is the difference in between
That's the
status
same,
10?
just a different technology. So it's still, the last digit is what you want to look at. Falls into the same
So it's still
definition.
a status 0?
Yes.
Right, okay. So what's the difference between status 10 and status 12?
That the home is wired up, but the rest of the work inside the house is not done.
Right, and why would that be?
Access to the customer house typically is what's involved, or if there's a complication in the way that the home is, difficult to get into, heritage homes that take longer for approvals to be able to make changes.
Yeah, okay. So would status 10, could that be something like a problem with the copper that goes from the node to the premises? Is that something that would be under a status 10?
Typically not, no.
No.
It could be if the length of the copper is so far that we can't guarantee the service that we're going to get to. We have to
So
find.
it's too long, you mean,
It
from
could
the
be, and
distance?
therefore you need an alternative technology. You can't use fiber to the node technology.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about earlier, Senator, where we can come back with fiber to the curb.
Yeah, okay. So I just wanted to take you to the replacement of ADSL with Sky Muster in regional Australia, and particularly, and I'm talking about an issue around Port Augusta here. So is it the case that with the rollout of NBN that Telstra and other telecommunication providers will at some time in the future be switching off their ADSL broadbanding?
Only in where we have fixed line technology. If you're under the satellite or fixed wireless, there is no intent to, it's up to the Telstra or one of the other carriers whether they want to shut it down.
Yeah, okay. So has NBN done any analysis on the number of customers that will be asked to switch from ADSL broadband to Sky Muster?
No, this is what we estimate in the satellite Sky Muster footprint. Roughly 400,000 homes are there. We anticipate 240,000
Yep.
ultimately taking up the NBN service.
But do you know if all of them will be switched from ADSL? Is that...
We don't know.
You don't know that at all? You don't do that
No.
analysis at
No.
all? Okay. So is it the case that those people will be getting a less reliable and more expensive broadband if they move from ADSL to Sky Muster?
No.
It's not?
No.
Okay. I just wanted to give you an example of an email that we got from a family in Port Augusta who are currently on a plan of 500 Gs per month on ADSL. So my understanding is that the most amount of data on Sky Master will be 50 G. Is that correct?
It depends on what the retailer offers.
Right. Do they offer more than 50 G?
I don't recall what specifically in the market, but again, they can purchase other services to be able to expand on that. There is a constraint, naturally, as we talked about earlier, a constraint on total consumption that during the busy period, that will be more than what you'll see on ADSL or other fixed line services.
But if this family now, they're saying they're now getting 500 Gs per month, and they will be reduced, the most data accessible they'll be able to get is 50 G. That basically says they're getting a reduced service as a result of moving from ADSL to Sky Muster.
It could be that faster services that they're going to get than the ADSL with less capacity. That very well may be the case, Senator, but they still
So
have a
how-
choice to keep their ADSL service.
Are they able to keep their
Yes,
ADSL
they are.
service? They definitely can?
Well, it's up to them and their provider. NBN doesn't go in and mandate that Telstra or anybody else has to disconnect ADSL services.
Right, okay. But if Telstra are are going to disconnect the ADSL service, then you don't intervene in that if these people are actually going to
Absolutely
get
not.
reduced service?
No, we don't.
So they could end up with a reduced service
Yeah, well,
if their provider determines that they're going to turn off the ADSL.
They could, yes, and maybe if that's the case. I have heard nothing about Telstra saying they're going to turn off that service in the satellite and fixed wireless areas, though.
Yeah, so their retailer says that they're only going to get 50G, they're now getting 500, so moving to Sky Muster for them is actually a reduction in their data, which is a step back.
Well,
Really
but then they
is.
don't have to move, Senator.
No, but they will if Telstra says they have to.
But that's like saying your car
Yeah, you know,
manufacturer's
I'm
going to pull your car
not
away.
arguing with you. I'm just saying that's the reality of the situation for some people. If their provider says they're going to turn it back and they don't have an alternative provider.
I understand, but that's a big if, that no one has indicated that's going to happen, though.
Okay, all right. So can you tell me what the date for the switch off of the interim satellite service is?
Sometime in the first part of next year.
First part of 2017. How many customers are currently on the interim satellite?
About 15,000 left.
15,000 left?
Yes.
Yep. What process is NBN putting in place to ensure that they will have access to the fixed wireless?
They don't have guaranteed access to the fixed wireless.
They
It'll
don't.
be whatever technology is served in that area. It could be satellite, it could be fixed wireless.
Right. Okay. So are you able to assure the committee that the fixed wireless service will be in place for all customers before the interim satellite service is switched off?
They will either have fixed wireless, satellite, or one of our other technologies.
So it will be some other technology, and that will be in place before the interim satellite is turned off?
That is correct.
And if it's not in place?
It will be in place or we won't.
You won't
Yeah.
turn it off?
No, and Senator, I think pretty much it's already in place today. So we're not worried about technology not being available wherever there is interim satellite today.
Okay. So I understand that potential customers in urban areas on NBN fixed line technology are receiving $100 gift vouchers from NBN if they switch to NBN early. Is that the case?
Sometimes there's cases where in multi-dwelling units, if they move quicker, we give an incentive to the retailer to be able to move them over.
Yep.
In other cases, retailers have their own propositions that they may want to migrate off of the old service onto the new retailer-provided NBN service quicker, and that's a commercial term
Yep.
that they have with the end users.
Okay, so that happens in urban areas. Is the same being offered to regional customers?
It's a case-by-case basis, and again, it's up to commercial terms based on the retailer and what we see in terms of business needs.
But are there any currently that are being offered to regional services?
I don't believe so.
So no regional customers? And you don't see a need for that?
No, I don't.
Why not?
Because the business model doesn't require it, it's not good for the taxpayer investor to advance that.
Okay. Does NBN have any fixed wireless base stations in areas that are included in the government's mobile black spot program?
We work very closely with the government on the Black Spot program. We work very closely with other wireless carriers to share infrastructure. We offer a new product now that we call our CSAS product, that if a mobile carrier wants to build out in a black spot area, we can provide a broadband service into that tower to give them a competitive service to the alternative.
But do you have any fixed wireless base stations in the areas that are covered by the government's black spot program currently?
Not that I recall, but if we do cooperate and share with them.
Can you take that on notice, please?
Yeah, sure.
Because I'd be interested to know roughly how many NBN code base stations are in that mobile black spot area.
Well,
So
I'll
if you
take
can
that on
take that on
notice.
notice. So when you're building a new fixed wireless tower, do you have any process for communicating that with the mobile network operator? So do you sort of talk amongst one another about
We do.
the fact that you're building one? You do?
Yes.
What sort of things do you discuss? Is it multi-use and...
Where we're going to deploy, and is there a shared opportunity
Yeah.
in that area?
Okay. So in NBN Co's 2014 Fixed Wireless and Satellite Review, you said that more than 870 new NBN Gov fixed wireless towers were being available for co-location of services with retail telecommunications providers. Only 3 expressions of interest had been received then, and only 1 had been proceeded. So what's the issue there? Why don't more mobile network operators take up the opportunity to co-locate with NBN on those towers?
Typically, we call it the grid of where we put our towers has a certain grid look to it. Mobile carriers have a very different approach to how they build their towers. So the overlap in the specific locations aren't as great as what one might think.
Right, okay. So again, in that review of 2014, it said that NBN Gov is in discussions with mobile network operators about the issue. What was the outcome of those discussions?
I'm sorry, what?
In that fixed wireless and satellite review from May 2014, it says that NBN Gov was in discussions with mobile network operators about the issue of taking up the opportunity to co-locate.
Yes.
What's been the outcome of those discussions?
Again, there have been fewer than what was initially thought to where we could share because of that grid issue. We
Right.
just laid out, we were very open and said, here's where we're planning to build the fixed wireless network.
Yeah.
Can we ride on top of your asset, or do you want to share our asset? And there was a few examples of where we could cooperate, to where it helps either them or helps us and lower the cost to the taxpayer, but it was not material, I would call it.
Right, okay. So that review also said that additional measures could be taken to facilitate a greater sharing by third parties. So what sort of things what sort of measures were they that you could actually facilitate better sharing of those, of that infrastructure, and have any of those been put in place?
Yeah, so this is one of them, as I mentioned, is CSAS product, where we can offer the backhaul capability that goes from the tower back into their network, their respective exchange in their network.
Yep.
Second, we could share the actual tower itself. We just make sure it can support the incremental weight.
Yep.
And then there are things that are environmental around power and things of that nature that we can also look to share with.
Okay, so you have put some of those things in place,
Yes.
but the take-up hasn't been
Correct.
fantastic. Yeah. So according to a recent audit office report into round 1 of the government's mobile black spot program, 32 of the base stations funded under that program are likely to be co-located with NBN Gov. Can you provide an update on that?
I don't have any of the specifics for you, Senator, but I do know that throughout all of this interaction, and I think the focus that the government has had on the black spot area, we see more interest from the carriers to do something with us than where we were before, back when that review was written. And again, it's easy for us. It's a no-brainer. If we can do it, we will. But as I said, our overlap areas are not 100%.
So just on that number of 32 base stations, is the number of co-located base stations 32, or what's the current expectation?
I'm not aware. I'll be happy to take that on notice if you like.
Sorry?
How many sites are we going to co-locate?
It's around about 30% of all our sites are co-located, but not necessarily in the way that you're talking, Senator, but about 30%.
So the expectation is around 30%?
Approximately.
Yep, okay. So could the number of co-located NBN Gov fixed wireless base stations and mobile base stations in regional and remote areas be higher? Could you actually make that more than 30%?
We look to do that as much as we can because it clearly reduces the cost of build, Senator.
Yeah.
But around about 30 is where we're sitting today.
Yeah. So just in terms of regional and remote areas, what are the obstacles to that, to making that higher, the opportunities?
Again, where they need it versus where we need it.
Okay, so it's that grid stuff. Okay. Do you agree with the ANAO report findings that co-locating mobile base stations within NBN infrastructure would have a lower deployment cost due to the use of established infrastructure, including the tower and backhaul?
We agree that the more we can share in those assets and the costs, that it will reduce the cost for both the carriers and for NBN.
Yep, okay. That's all I have, thanks, Chair. You've got
Senator
15
Chisholm.
minutes, Chair.
Thanks. Just had some regional questions. Are you aware of the issue on the Gold Coast in regards to the NBN rollout affecting the Commonwealth Games venue.
I'm aware of that, yes.
So my understanding is that the NBN rollout wasn't going to reach the Commonwealth Games venues prior to the Games opening. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And that the council had to go and lay its own cable to ensure that the Games venue had the rollout.
I understand that the council chose to build its own fibre out to certain venues before the Commonwealth Games, not to the residential homes, though.
Is there any flexibility in terms of the rollout of the NBN? Because I would have thought that you go, like, this is, sort of Queensland on the world stage, Australia on the world stage, that, it's an opportunity to showcase that the NBN would sort of make that area a priority?
Well, Senator, again, our objective is to make sure that we get everybody connected for the benefits of an entire nation. And we have areas that come first before that for the sake of the speed of that rollout. It just so happens that this particular area did not fit within that profile ahead of the Commonwealth Games. And to divert resources to do that would have meant many homes getting further delayed from access to their NBN. That could also affect the economics of NBN because we lose the revenue of those higher volume premises. And so therefore, we looked at it, we would hope to do it. We're as patriotic as anybody on liking to see those games and making sure that the nation is seen in a positive light. But unfortunately, the economics and the rollout schedule did not permit.
So in terms of the technology that the council roll out, will that eventually be something that the NBN will be able to use, or will that basically just be, I think it's $3 million that they're going to spend on this that will become irrelevant when the NBN does actually, does actually reach those areas?
No, Senator, we've even thought too that, they want to get that built before the games to feed certain venues because of the volume of data that will be sent in and out of that, including, I think, where the village where the athletes are going to be. We'd love to talk to them later to see if there's something that can be reused of that asset that will help the NBN speed when it comes through. That might be a cost recovery. Too early to tell and how they're designing it and what it will do as to whether they would even be interested in such. But we're not tied to who builds it. We just want to get it done fast to the entire nation at the least possible cost. And if we can reuse some of that assets and pay them for it, we'd be happy to do so.
In terms of the telecommunications industry ombudsman report, which came out last week, it says that Bundaberg had the most complaints in regional Queensland. Is there any specific reason why an area like Bundaberg would have had the most complaints?
So it was one of the earliest that we had rolled out with FTTN, and as I mentioned earlier, you have a technology curve that we have to go up, or a maturity curve that we go through on a lot of the processes. It's 2.56% of active users that came through on those complaints that the TIO reported. So 97.5%, had not complained to the TIO. That still doesn't mean that we're happy. We want to address everybody up there, giving them a very good experience. I think we're looking and fixing on a weekly basis any remaining issues that do exist. But again, that was the first area, 2.56% of the active users there.
And what about any analysis of what the specific complaints were? Is there any linkage? Is it the fibre to the node technology?
Well, this, Senator, brings up another point that it's very difficult. So the TIO collects information of people that are calling in, and if it's an NBN related, they categorize it in the report that the way they issued in terms of the volume. The 2.56% is NBN related. That could be related to NBN Co. It could be related to the retailer that's reselling NBN Co. And it could be related to other issues that actually have nothing to do with those two companies at all that are involved. But they take those complaints and they bundle it into one. That's why I said earlier, we work with the retailers. It is really confusing to the end user as to who's responsible for what. And I have a lot of empathy with this notion of pointing fingers at each other. So we just want to get it solved. But those complaints would be a multitude of different companies that would be involved in it. And we're getting them sorted. It's getting fixed faster than faster rates than ever before. We don't want anybody to have a bad experience. And unfortunately, the minority of the people there that are having it are more than other areas.
Sure. I think that's a good broad explanation, but I'm just specifically on Bundaberg, because it did receive a fair bit of attention in the local press last week. Is there any specific reason why they have the most complaints in the country?
Mainly because they were the first ones to roll out, and this is an area that's quite spread out. So you have a lot of the service class 0 issues that we were talking about, or service class 10 issues that Senator Urquhart was asking about earlier. Remember, as the retailers and NBN Gov start to iron out our processes, sometimes we don't experience everything for a while. The end users actually see it first, report that to us, and we fix it. So I do know when you think about the experiences and the complaints that have been reported, it ranges from I'm not getting as fast a speed during the busy hour, which we have found everything from retailers that haven't provisioned enough of the CVC to elements with the modem within the house. Seldom ever do we find anything that's actually related to the copper network portion itself. Another issue that we find of people calling in to complain is that the modem is set up in the wrong place, or the modem's not working at all, or it's taken too long to get the schedule to get the technician out there, or the rescheduling. Those are all the provisioning processes that I meant that we're going up a maturity curve. We receipt for everything that has gone on out there. We are going to get it sorted. We have a very collaborative relationship with the retailers to make sure that we don't have to explain it's their issue, not our issue. We just both collectively go get it sorted. And again, for the people of Bundaberg, I hate seeing that they're at the top of that list. That 2.5% that are experiencing those complaints, we're focused on it. We're going to get it sorted for them.
Maybe the cane coat's getting into the pits.
Yes. Just in similar related issue is in regards to cans. And I've got a bit more specific about what the issue is here. They're in particular congestion issues in the evenings and slow speeds, and particularly on the northern outskirts of Cairns as well. It seems to be a specific problem in an area. Is there any information you can provide as to why that's occurring?
I'm not familiar with that. So do you know which technology they're on, Senator?
I'm pretty sure it's fibre to the node.
Right. So this, typically we don't see any busy period congestion issues that are related to the fiber to the node technology. Again, what we commonly find when we hear these sorts of issues is that a customer will assume that they have a super high speed, but in fact they've only purchased a 12 megabit per second limiting service through the retailer, and therefore NBN only provisions them up to 12 megabits per second. Where they may have had an ADSL circuit that offered 9 before, they're saying, I don't feel the difference anymore. So we typically work with the end user to say you have choice, and you can go talk to your retailer about maybe moving up to a 50 meg service. The second issue that we find on speeds is that, again, where the retailer may be on their CVC opening or on the dimension of the network, how big their network cable is, coming into the opening of where they access the NBN network, that wasn't provisioned high enough. We also have seen a lot of cases where the Wi-Fi in the house is an older Wi-Fi type technology, and that limits the amount of data that's going through. But until we see the specifics, we don't know. Where we want to investigate, we want to get every of those issues resolved, and that's why I said we'll work with whether it's end user equipment, the retailer, or NBN Gov network that's at fault on that. We do want to get be made aware of it and get it sorted for them.
And when there are complaints, and I'll use Cairns as an example, does the NBN look at the quality of the copper if there are complaints and if that's the issue?
Indeed. We are constantly testing and looking at various things. So this, for example, even in the Cairns area, we did go out and kind of run some tests on the network to see if there's any evidence of any congestion caused from the FTTN network itself, and the answer came back as no. Now, if there is rain in an area that penetrated the copper cable, it will have an effect and it will slow down speeds, but it'll be constant on that, not just a busy period. That's a very telling troubleshooting issue, is if somebody's saying I'm fine at noon, but I have trouble at 6 p.m. when more people are going to be on the internet. That's in FTTN, that's more likely a question to ask the retailer about, hey, have you provisioned enough capacity to run through to deal with all of us as customers of the retailer, because maybe they need to expand the CVC, maybe they need to build a bigger pipe that connects into our point of interconnect. Typically, and again, sometimes it is a modem of ours that is bad, that needs replacing. Sometimes there are other issues, but predominantly that's what we see if there is a congestion during busy hour or busy period that slows them down.
So just in relation to Ken's, could I just ask you to take on notice, if you could have a look at if there are any underlying problems
We
there?
will,
Come up.
Senator.
Thanks, Senator Bushman.
Well, on that basis, we've managed to finish a little bit early.
Yay.
So I don't know if there's anything in particular I need to say to close it. But there's a reminder. Sorry, yes. So that concludes the committee's hearing with NBN Gov. Senators are reminded that written questions on notice should be provided to the Secretariat by close of business Thursday, 1 December 2016. So I thank the ministers and the officers for their attendance. I thank the Secretariat staff and, of course, Broadcasting and Hansard. So thank you.